Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku woke up with a system part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗵𝗃𝗲 from WhatIf. So let's start the video. Sometime later was the sound that Izuku was producing whilst he was running away. Why, you may ask? Simple. There are 12 large centipedes behind him trying to make the gamer into their meal. When he thought he was going to die, penalty quest, survive goal, survive until the timer runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 4 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Alarm. You have completed the penalty quest. This was the moment he was teleported out of the desert into his hospital room. Seeing the same alert, he muttered, "Penalty quest. Your rewards for completing the penalty quest have arrived. Would you like to accept?" Accept/refuse. With that, our 15-year-old protagonist fainted. He was later on found by a nurse that got him onto his bed, which caused some shock due to the sand that was found on the ground. Time skip 1 week. A couple of nurses were commenting about young Izuku Midoriya health. He was seen doing his daily run. The next day, the greenette started to do his exercises, and today was his 7th day of doing this exercise. First thing first, the blue box in front of his eyes were not an illusion. It was an actual messaging system from this system. Alarm. Complete running 10 kilometers. 10/10 kilometer. You have completed your daily quest. You received the following rewards. Reward 1. Status recovery. Reward 2. Stat points plus 3. Reward 3. Random box plus 1. Will you accept? Accept/reject. Accept all. With that, a golden light encompassed the greenette and all of his fatigue has left. This was the second thing. The so-called system was similar to a quirk but with some kind of magic. He theorized that he could store the status recovery for the physical day. You have received the random box. This was an interesting development. After every daily he got a random box. Apparently, it can give him anything, but the probability is low for higher. Random box rarity scale junk. 90% E, 9% E, 0, 9% C, 0, 9% B, 0, 009% A, 0, 0009% S, 0, 00009% S plus, 0, 00001%. 13 During the week, Izuku received 6 junk and 1 D-rank item, which was a sword that gave him a plus 10 in strength. The junk item today was a 𝗵𝗃𝗲 pen. A useful item if you think about it. He wouldn't need to spend 180 yen for a pen. 10 Talking about strength, the new gamer discovered his status, where he could level up by some means and get a job. Status name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, none. Title, none. Level, 1 fatigue, 0 HP, 160 MP, 35 strength, 16 agility, 13 sense, 13 vitality, 13 intelligence, 13 remaining points, 37. He experimented with all of the abilities, but in general he thought he will need to maximize all stats so he can enter UA in less than 4 months' time. Strength is pretty straightforward, the one with the most visible improvement. At 10 points, he could hardly lift his bed up. But when he made it to 13, it was easier to pick it up with 2 hands. He also realized that strength is used in speed, how fast you can run. Agility is how flexible one can be. At 10, Izuku could feel more agile, but increasing allowed him to be a little faster moving in air but on ground too. This also helps with reflexes, as he had noted down. Sense is probably the second easiest to explain. It allows you to feel where someone or something is even if not visible. It enhanced Izuku's senses, such as smell, touch, hearing, taste, eyesight and bloodlust sensing, as he discovered walking around. Some people naturally produce bloodlust, he guessed, but it is still weak compared to the other senses. Vitality is there to improve your health by increasing your HP bar. The bigger the HP, the lower the chance for you not to die as fast as he could with a lower HP. He theorizes that with a bigger HP, more damage he could take. Intelligence was the hardest for Izuku to see what it does. It increases MP, or also known as mana, but also the ability to multitask and think fast increases. Additionally, he could remember more, causing him to think that he is slowly gaining photographic memory. There was a lot of theorizing, but as he could analyze a quirk, he did it on himself to see what he could improve on. He had 3 remaining points, so he gave 2 to sense and 1 to agility. Lower down he found that he has a couple of skills. Passive, unknown max muscularity LV, 1, active, sprint LV, 1 3 he had achieved muscularity and sprint during the penalty zones. He had no idea what the unknown does though, but its level is maxed out. Lastly, he found out that there are so-called dungeons. He received it by a random box reward from the penalty zone. Item, dungeon key item class, E-type, key a key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. You may use this in the entrance to the station near 𝗬𝗪𝗎 agency, so after being allowed to leave for a couple of hours for business by the hospital, he headed straight to the 𝗬𝗪𝗎 agency so he could enter his first gate. First person is 𝗬𝗪𝗎. It was a week after I woke up from my coma. I became a little nervous, but due to the gamer's mind I calmed down a bit. I was one of the weakest in the world before my awakening. Other people would laugh at me if they heard what I am about to do. What would 𝗬𝗪𝗎 Katsumi think about me? Never mind her actually. I muttered slowly to himself. I was going to do it obviously, as I am standing just outside the station right now. I am comfortable in my ability to run, especially with my sprint skill. So if it becomes too dangerous, I will run away. I then plunged the key in midair, causing a small blue portal to appear. Walking through it, I received a notification. Alarm. You have entered the instant dungeon. I became confused. Are there different dungeons? Then I realized the exit just closed. No way, the entrance got closed. I saw a person near me, but he walked through it. Is this some other dimension? Breathing out slowly, I muttered, I need to get stronger, so I can show them a Deku like me can become the strongest. Alarm. You cannot leave the dungeon. Either kill the boss or use the return crystal. I can't leave before I kill the boss. Damn, then I heard a noise. Footsteps to be more precise. If it wasn't for the system, I would have definitely shat my pants. What I saw was 3 zombie-like creatures with weapons. Their speed wasn't impressive, so I rushed at one and punched it. I didn't expect that only the left arm of one was flown off. Expecting for the zombie to be in pain, I lowered my guard a little, but my body moved on its own again, but backward. Damn. I then looked at the name. It was orange and it read, Weaponized zombie. Some concentration went to the reading of the name, so I didn't have much time to sense the other 2 zombies. Cursing again, I jumped over them and kicked the floor whilst I was flying down to create a minor crater. I quickly took out my sword that I received from the random box. Item, Steel Blade item class, D-type, sword plus 10 attack smirking. I went again and this time cut one of the zombies in half. Thanking any deity above for the luck of the draw. You have defeated the weaponized zombie. You leveled up. Damn, 2 more to go. With that I dodged a slash from one of them and made a comeback slash through the middle. I hope I can get used to killing those monsters. Dodging a spear strike from the last one, I made a diagonal slash through the body of the zombie, killing it. You have defeated the weaponized zombie X2. You leveled up. Wow, usually in games there are things to collect. I wondered. Looking through the 3 dead zombies, I found 3 broken weapons, 3 rotten flesh. Item, weaponized zombies flesh item class, none type, junk. A piece of flesh from a zombie. You can keep it in your inventory or sell it in the store. There is a store too, I mused to myself. Buy sell? Damn, what can I buy? One alarm. Your level is not enough to buy from the store. Looks like new players can't use this function. I sighed in disappointment. Would you like to sell item, weaponized zombies flesh? Sell/cancel yes. When putting in the flesh I received 15 gold per flesh. 45 gold for the 3. Leaving the broken weapons I mused, this is an E rank dungeon. I wonder how much an A or an S rank junk item would sell for. The broken weapons of that quality gave me 0 gold, so that is why I left them. What do I do now? Taking in a deep breath, I could leave when I got a return crystal. Then I slapped myself. No, I need to get stronger. I don't know when I can get a key again. No bad thoughts. Izuku You will not die from the boss. I thought at the end. Spotting at least 20 glowing red eyes from the zombies, I weakly smirked, bring it on. With that call, the zombies began to come closer while some throwing daggers, spears at me. Due to me putting points. I already died, before by all might. Being attacked by the sludge villain was way scarier than you all. With that I began slashing, dodging, and killing the zombies. I won't die that easily. So you all shouldn't die too easily either, or I'll feel sorry. Fight fiercely, no hesitation, I thought to myself, continuing, as much as my body can endure. You leveled up. Suddenly I got cut over my left arm. Hissing in pain I endured and killed the zombie that cut me. You leveled up. If I die, then what was the point of living? I will succeed to become the #1 hero, fatigue. 34-3 You leveled up. Finishing taking care of those 20 zombies, I took a break to lower my fatigue. When it came down to 16, I walked further in and saw more weaponized zombies with a different kind of zombie mixed in. Archer Zombies Alarm. You have earned title, Zombie Slayer. Your stats will increase by 20% when facing a dead opponent such as zombies. You also gain 40% more experience killing dead opponents. 2 Status Name, Izuku Midoriya Job, None Title, Zombie Slayer Level, 5 Fatigue, 16 HP, 660 MP, 100, Strength, 21 Agility, 19 Sense, 20 Vitality, 18 Intelligence, 18, Remaining Points, 0, Bring it on, I said with a more confident smile. Their names started to turn lighter orange than white. There were a couple of different zombies, however my level isn't rising. I realized that the colors indicate the level of difficulty. White ones mean they are weak. Orange means they are strong, should be slightly above my level. Red means they are stronger than my current self, I guessed. Since the zombies were orange at the beginning and now they are white, it means I have become quite a bit stronger. Level 15, but even with my current level, I am not sure if I can beat that guy down there, I muttered. Also I received a return crystal from a zombie drop. Item, Return Crystal Item Class. Type, Crystal. A return crystal allows you to leave instant dungeons. If not used, then it will be automatically deleted after finishing the dungeon. I can't stop here. Getting some motivation, I started to walk down the stairs where I was hit with a burned flesh smell of some kind. Suddenly something came at me with ferocious speed. Fast. That's the only logical thought I had whilst blocking with my chipped sword. The punch caused me to get smashed against a wall with me spitting some blood out. Coughing out a bit, I realized my sword is broken in two. I thought I leveled up quite a bit, but I was wrong. Whilst looking up, I saw the name with a color of dark orange. Undead Ruler, Rockgut the Ghoul. Thinking quickly as I don't want to be eaten by a ghoul, I jumped to the left thinking of a plan. The skin looks really tough, slashed and punches won't have much or any effect. It lunged at me. While still dodging, I tried to see if my theory was correct with punches. I smirked when there was a tiny crack in the skin, meaning my theory was disproven. Yes, it worked but barely. I need to weaken this guy to defeat it. It came back with more speed and punched me again. I luckily blocked it, but I thought, I might die if this continues. It took me an extra 2 minutes to actually get a hit in, but I wasn't doing too well on my part. My health was low and fatigue is getting higher. Fatigue, 47 HP. 850 to 1861. One reason I added points to intelligence was due to one skill sprint. Skill, sprint active uses 50 MP to start, then uses 1 MP per minute it used. The total speed increases by 30%. Activating spring, I surprised the boss enough for me to stab the broken sword in the eye. Whilst it was thrashing, I went behind it and latched onto the neck. Using my strength, I decided to crush its breathing option. I need to become stronger so I won't be seen as useless. More thrashing happened, but when the boss made me hit the wall, I nearly let the monster go. Digging my fingers in further, the ghoul coughed up some green blood. With a shout of, "Die!" the windpipe was crushed, causing it to die. In the hospital, no more Izuku POV. Izuku Midoriya still isn't back yet? A doctor asked. Yes, he went out in the morning, the receptionist/nurse replied. Why isn't he returning even after sunset? Apparently he had business in town, but he's also recovered a lot and will be discharged soon. The nurse dutifully replied. Does he have some sort of regeneration quirk? We should stabilize him indoors. The doctor frowned at that. In our system, it says he is quirkless. But I guess from the near-death experience he could have unlocked one. I guess I will call the association to check the quirk factor. The doctor replied, still frowning. With Izuku third person, you leveled up, breathing heavily, Izuku sat against the ghoul. I guess I got a bit stronger. I am beginning to feel like a hunter. Alarm. You have slain undead ruler, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 the ghoul. Oh, it dropped 2 items, the 𝗲𝗵𝗃 mused to himself. Item, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 item class. A type, potion A pouch that contains 𝗧𝗵𝗃 purified BLD obtainable by defeating 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Unlikely drop rate. Drinking it will give you harder skin and pain nullification but will weaken your agility. Effect, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 rock skin. Minus 10% physical damage taken. Effect, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 pain nullifier. Minus 15% pain felt. Debuff weaken movement. Minus 25 agility item. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 gauntlet item class. C type, gauntlet attack. Plus 15 defense. Plus 5% gauntlet that can cover your right hand. It is perfect for attack and defense. It has a slight paralyzing effect due to leftover ghouls BLD grants contagious effect. Can be equipped, stored or sold. Effect paralyze. Attacked foes have a chance of having their limb unable to move. Effect contagious. If gauntlets touch a bleeding area, the area of effect will cause the attacked spot to be contaminated. Causes 1% loss of their health per 1 second. The gauntlet sounds pretty cool. I wonder if I can get a dagger too. Izuku mused. But compared to 𝗧𝗵𝗃 BLD, it is awkward to use. I'll store it for now. 5 alert. The boss has been slain. The dungeon's interior will revert to normal. And I am back at the station, Izuku muttered. He realized that his clothes are cut, so he changed it with a cloak that he received from a zombie. But what caught him off was that there was no people around. Walking out of the station, someone asked Izuku, "Who are you?" A policeman with a cat's face asked who the 𝗲𝗃 is. "How did you come out from there? Didn't you hear the broadcast?" The Midoriya's eyes widen in surprise. What happened? He didn't realize it yet, but Izuku didn't look like a 16-year-old scrawny kid but at least a 17-year-old with a good amount of muscle. It could mean that the person in front was just young looking for a hero or even a hero student. What are you saying now? The policeman realized I had a gauntlet in one hand. He asked, "Could you be a hero?" Izuku wanted to say no but when accidentally gave a nod, he pulled the gamer and said, "This way, I will guide you, Sir Hero." Okay. But internally the newest hunter freaked out thinking, don't I look 16? But when Izuku saw himself he nearly had his jaw dropped. I see, I could always look young for a hero. But what happened? The street was wrecked, cars thrown into building and a couple of heroes fighting the large villain. Due to Izuku's sense stat, he could feel that it was a C rank villain with a gigantification quirk. The heroes were trying to do anything and everything but it wasn't working. The police were trying to get the civilians out of the area. However, the civilians complaining due to the length of the fight. There were multiple heroes, Backdraft, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 Woods, Death Arms and 𝗎𝗪𝗏. They could have easily defeat the villain if 𝗎𝗪𝗏 lifted 𝗵𝗃𝗄 for him to use his chain move. Oh well, when he saw the villain about to smash Backdraft, so he got a broken pipe from the ground and cocked his arm back. He threw it. It somehow hit the forehead of the villain, causing it to go backwards and go unconscious. A small smirk appeared on his face thinking, I think I got a little stronger. You have defeated a villain with gigantification quirk. Plus you leveled up. Sadly Izuku didn't see one curious face of a new hero which was about to enter and help defeat the villain and one face that was angry, happy, curious, just a face only a mother could love. When the heroes and police asked who it was, the cat policeman wanted to point to the man he kind of dragged but he was gone. One hero 𝗵𝗃𝗄 Woods thought, he must have been a high-ranking hero to do it. Honestly, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 could have gotten 𝗎𝗪𝗏 to pick him up but he couldn't ask easily, his pride maybe. For the next week Izuku continued to do his daily quests. He only had around 16 weeks until the UA entrance exam. Izuku grown to be 5 feet 10 inches and with a more muscular build but more orientated to a swimmer's build, concentrated on speed due to his points, especially in speed. After finishing his run he had a shower and was waiting to be discharged. During this time, he added the 3 extra points to strength. His stats looked like this. Strength, 48 agility, 36 sense, 35 vitality, 35 intelligence, 33. He realized that leveling up is more efficient compared to doing the daily quest, as just in 3 hours he gained 18 points per stat from the previous dungeon. Suddenly a nurse came and told him he is free to leave, but was stopped by 2 men who rear apparently with the hero commission. Hello Izuku Midoriya, my name 𝗬𝗎𝗎 and my partner is 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Both of us are here to check your quirk factor. Ryuta spoke up. Both men were shorter than Izuku and were wearing black suits. Nodding, Izuku was taken to a separate room with the 2 men. If you are wondering, yes, I do have a quirk, but I am still working out the kinks of it. Placing a quirk factor detector, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spoke up. I can sense it. My quirk allows me to have a minor insight of a quirk. But firstly put your hand on the crystal. When a number was there, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 hummed. You do seem to have a powerful quirk factor. I presume you have awakened it during the sludge attack. Receiving a nod of understanding, I can sense an adaptation type mixed in with something else, but I cannot tell you what it is as I don't know. Sighing inside the brain of one Izuku Midoriya, Ryuta continued. We will place the name adapter, but it will have an ability to expand when you find more uses. Izuku bowed. Thank you both. Once again nodding, Izuku went home. Thank God that they didn't figure it's an RPG quirk, but I still wonder where and how I got it. So far I would say I am at least a D rank level. Hopefully I can get higher before UA. I need to become stronger to actually show my quirk. During the time he was exercising he also found a C rank dungeon key, which will be extremely useful. The downside was that he didn't know where to open it. Later that night, after going home, he decided to go on a walk to pass the time. Izuku was in an area where Limelight heroes don't patrol due to Izuku being in his thoughts. A group of 6 people approached Izuku to gang up on him. Suddenly the key activated on his own, sucking all 7 people in. What? Don't tell me this is the area. Izuku asked himself, and who are you guys? Blurt. You are in a dungeon, the leader coughed, trying to regain his posture. Hey kid, the hell are we? Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, Izuku said, sorry, I guess my quirk activated on its own. Basically we are in a dungeon similar to video games. We have to defeat the boss to leave here. Another one asked, so we can use our quirks as we want, sounding pretty excited. Basically, we have to kill the monsters that appear. Though inside Izuku was worried, how the hell did this happen? When Izuku heard some fast-moving monsters, he yelled, guys, they are coming. When everyone was in position, they hear looking around, then Izuku yelled again, above us. The monsters were identified as lizard types. He read the name in the inside of his head, with them having a light orange color to the name. 4-eyed lizard punching one then another was a good idea as it was an instant kill. He looked back at the group of 6 and they were doing pretty good. Fireballs, a shield and swords cutting the lizards. Izuku killed a couple more and saw the notifications. You have defeated 4-eyed lizard X5. You leveled up after clearing that area. The group walked forward and saw a graveyard full of mutilated lizards. Gulping their fear they walked further. It is the boss room, get ready. Izuku stated. But they walked into a room filled with blue crystals. The 6 gang members were filled with excitement, but when they walked a bit forward, they met the boss. It was sleeping on the floor. It was a massive dinosaur-type lizard with 8 eyes and sharp teeth. They backed back a bit with Izuku staying in place. They all grinned. One of the men used his fireball quirk and blown the roof, separating them from Izuku so they could get the blue crystals. Izuku cursed in his mind. Realizing that it would be better to defeat the boss now and deal with them later, he set to action. The name was dark orange and it said, 2 8-eye T-Rex, let's do it. Izuku rushed forward using his gained speed from his strength. Sadly, punching it with his gauntlet wasn't easy. The skin was once again hard, similar to the ghoul he faced a week ago. My level is currently 20, a C-rank boss is doable. This time using the skill sprint, the additional 30% surprised the T-Rex, causing Izuku to punch the back of its neck, causing the area to bleed. Effect Contagious has been activated. 8-eye T-Rex HP will reduce 1% per second. Effect Paralysis has been cancelled. The enemy is resistant to paralysis. Damn, only contagious. With a weakened body, the T-Rex couldn't dodge the punch to the side of its head. It was smashed onto a wall, presumably having over 50% of its HP down. 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗄 is now using the skill, Survival of the Fittest. The enemy's statistics go up by +10 for the next minute. Damn bro. With that, the T-Rex used its tail to smash Izuku to the other side of the room. My HP had fallen down by 320. I need to figure out how to increase my damage reduction. The next minute of Izuku's life was punishing. Apparently the T-Rex speed increased to over 50. Luckily Sense saved him a bit most of the time. He just realized that he needs to increase his strength more. After the minute, Izuku made a small sigh of relief that was for nothing, as 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗄 is now using the skill, Call of the Alpha. The Alpha called the 4-eye lizards and the 6-eye lizards to help it defeat you. Once again cursing, he saw a lot of eyes glowing red. The T-Rex went back probably to regain some of its strength, so it meant Izuku needed to defeat the white 4-eye lizards and the light orange 6-eye lizards. Using his gauntlet and natural punching power, he was killing them off. After another 5 minutes, there were no more lizards. You have defeated 4-eye lizards x17. You have defeated 6-eye lizards x8. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. Okay, it is looking better. My stats increased by 4 and I have increased my HP by 480, even though it is still missing some. Status name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, none. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 24 fatigue, 58 HP, 1820/3000 MP, 124/390, strength, 53 agility, 41 sense, 40 vitality, 40 intelligence, 38 remaining points, 0 damage reduction, 5%. Now where is the big lizard? Sensing it to the northeast of him, he used sprint, which got his mana down another 50 MP and continued with 1 MP per second. Surprising the T-Rex, he gave a punch to the side of it but was backhanded to the side. Faster, I need to be faster. Fatigue, 64 skill, sprint LV, 1 active fatigue, 72. When the T-Rex was about to crush him, he remembered that he didn't use status recovery from the daily quest. Having a small smirk, he said, "Accept." With that, a golden light was upon him. Using this opportunity of distraction, he activated Sprint again and punched with his back into it in the brain of the T-Rex. Doing it 4 more times with the effect of contagious, making the head of the T-Rex to explode. Sighing in relief, he checked what he got. You have defeated 8-eye T-Rex. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. You have found a dagger from the 8-eye T-Rex 5. A dagger? Finally, I really needed one. So he checked the stats on it. Item, T-Rex dagger. Item class, C-type, dagger attack. +20 made out of the 8-eye T-Rex tooth. Obtainable by defeating 8-eye T-Rex. Unlikely drop rate. The dagger grants attack and defense. Effect, T-Rex defense, -25% damage reduced when blocking with the dagger. Twirling the dagger with his hand, he smirked. Then another sigh left his mouth. I seem to be sighing a lot lately, as it was true, as he has to deal with the other 6. Suddenly the wall exploded, with the mentioned people looking at him with shock, seeing him standing near the defeated boss. Well, it seems the kid actually killed the monster. How sad, I wanted to kill the boss. The boss of the small group mentioned. One other smirked, "Bossman, at least we have this one." Izuku could feel the some amounts of bloodlust that was emanating from the group. Alarm. An emergency quest has been issued. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to be killed. 6 enemies killed. 0. What is this? The system suddenly. A frantic Izuku thought. He was broken out of his thoughts as the one with a fireball quirk used his quirk on him. Midoriya was sent flying backwards. When the others started to celebrate, Izuku realized something. In a whisper he said, "The system uses me, and I use the system." Then he started to laugh hysterically. The gang realized he wasn't dead but on edge, due to the crazy laughter that was heard. Izuku said from a whisper to a shout, "Why did I forget that? This place focuses on the survival of the fittest more than anywhere else. I need to be one on top." This scared some of the other members of the gang. My thinking was wrong until now. The many times I was beaten down, close to death in a lot of times. I mistook the dungeons as a safe place for me to get stronger. This world, it needs something more than all might with his weakness. It needs to know true power, so this is the system. Kill if you don't want to be killed. Wouldn't it be awkward if I die? Izuku thought. His mentality changed a bit there. A new Izuku was beginning to be born. The guy with the fireball quirk-off was freaking out. He was sure his aim wasn't off, and he did put a lot of energy into it. You played around with a person's life, so are you ready to face the consequences? Izuku asked in a monotone voice. 2. What is this 𝗬𝗲𝗏 saying? One of the cockier ones asked. You are outnumbered, kid. The next thing the man knew was Izuku was standing behind him with the sword slashing his neck. Of course, the other gang members went quiet, but soon they wanted revenge on the one who took the life of one of their own. What I mean is, you should be ready to become hunted. 3 enemies required to be killed, 5 enemies killed. 1 Then the gang all went to attack him with fireball. 1 sent his fireballs, another sent out knives. Other 2 went straight to attack him whilst the leader activated his quirk shield to protect himself and the 2 ranged attackers from the so-called hunter. I can't run away anymore. I am not a Deku. If only the strong will survive. Then flashbacks of his childhood and the discrimination he faced. Especially the image of his mother dying in his hands. He looked at them with his eyes glowing blue instead of his natural green and some of his hair having more black with only green tips. Shadows covered his face with an aura that made the enemies sweat a bit. Don't let your guard down, boys. You give him one more blow, the leader asked the fire quirk user. Whilst he threw it at Izuku, the gamer used sprint to dodge the attack, and the next thing the person knew was Izuku up in his face. Your quirk is annoying. Still with the blue eyes glowing, he used the newly acquired dagger and cut him into pieces. The leader had his eyes widen as Izuku just ignored his defense. Enemies required to be killed. 4 enemies killed. 2. That 𝗬𝗲𝗏, one of the heavy hitters, yelled at Izuku, with the both of them rushed with a lot more bloodlust, but nothing Izuku couldn't handle. Izuku changed the dagger to his left hand and punched the one on the right with his gauntlet, and the left slashed from the right to the left of the torso. The one he slashed died quickly, but the one with the right was paralyzed with his skin starting to rot due to the effect, contagious. To stop the man's torment, Izuku slashed his head off. Enemies required to be killed. 2 enemies killed. For the knife-throwing quirk user was the next on Izuku's hit list. Dodging multiple projections with only receiving a minor slash on his right arm, causing a minimum amount of BLD to come out. This made Izuku promise to put more points in sense, agility, and intelligence. Not wanting to prolong the battle, Izuku used the dagger and cut the man into 30 pieces, splashing some of it. BLD on the hunter too. Damn, I feel so natural with a dagger. Enemies required to be killed. 1 enemies killed. 5 alarm. New skill has been created. Skill, Advanced Dagger Arts LV. 1 passive. Due to the user preference to use daggers, you can use daggers more proficiently. When a dagger is used, the attacks gain 33% additional damage. 2, 1 more, and a new skill. Izuku internally mused. In a flash, all my members, 𝗬𝗲𝗏, you were hiding your skills. The final guy shouted. He wanted to say more, but Izuku rushed at him with his gauntlet hand and smashed his head on the ground. I'm always leveling up ceaselessly. Izuku replied before ending the man's torment, as he wanted to bribe Izuku with him, even try to threaten the teen. My clothes became a mess again. The size isn't matching anymore, so I guess I'll need to but new clothes. Enemies required to be killed. 0 enemies killed. 6 quest reward, emergency quest. Kill the enemies. Completion conditions have all been met. Will you receive the reward? Accept/refuse. Accept. Izuku mattered as he put some blue crystals, which turned out to be mana crystals, in his inventory. Before even looking at the rewards, he found something in the body of the fireball quirk user. A rune stone. Interesting. Alarm. You have received rune. Fireball rune. Fireball type. Rune. A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. I will see if I can get more runes, as they seem pretty useful. Now he was looking at the rewards. But this means I need to get my intelligence up more. You received 3 rewards. Reward 1. Status recovery. Reward 2. experience points plus 10 reward 3, skill bloodlust. Will you accept your rewards? Accept/refuse, accept. It seems that I am getting 3 skills today. Izuku laughed dryly. The status recovery made his cut healed up and got his fatigue back to 0. The 10 experience points were split, 2 into strength, 2 into agility and the 6 into intelligence due to the skills that he will learn. Then came the 2 interesting skills. Firstly, the bloodlust skill. Alert. New skill has been learnt. Skill, bloodlust 𝗬𝗲. Active with the use of 40 MP. You can intimidate an opponent using strong energy for 1 minute, which includes the stare of fear, reducing their stats by 50%. Several targets can be selected. Then he crushed the rune stone. Alert. New skill has been learnt. Skill Fireball 𝗬𝗲. Active with the use of 50 MP. You can use fireballs to attack. It can deal a maximum of 500 HP damage to alert. Skills when leveled up can do multiple things. The MP cost will lower B, the damage done will increase C. A new part of the skill will be available D. Increase in proficiency in a skill. When a skill is maxed, there is a possibility for it to evolve. Be warned, not all skills can evolve. If there are 2 or more maxed similar skills, they can join and evolve into a stronger skill. Oh, that is interesting. Now he was going to get some sleep as he needs it. Gate entrance. One man with a red bandana covering his eyes was looking how a young boy who was clearly in his thoughts was about to be ganged up. He was about to help, but then a portal appeared. Once again, the man was about to jump in, but it closed up. It was only an hour later when it opened and saw the young boy have some BLD but also seemed stronger. He was curious, so he stayed there for another 10 minutes, but nothing came out. So he deduced that he killed them, but he also smelled a lizard-type smell, so it made him more curious. However, he seemed to lose the boy, even though he was happy as one of his targets was a hero with a shield quirk. Nothing too powerful, but as his would be 12th target, it would be something. A fake hero or a fake psychic, to be more precise. Plus, a couple of days later, in Hero's agency, an elderly man was wondering where his sidekick was. It was now 3 days of him not showing up to work, so it made him worried. He called the police and even went to his home, but he wasn't there. Damn, where could he be? A man in a samurai-type armor with a gray beard asked. This was the number 9 hero, the equipped hero, 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝗎. Could it be the hero killer? Izuku's POV. It was an additional 3 weeks when I have found something out. When I was eating my food, a notification popped out. Alarm. A harmful substance has been detected. Buff. Cure poison's effect is healing you, widening my eyes at the implementation of this fact. 3, 2, 1 Cure poison has been completed. The reward of my first E rank gate. I think I accidentally overlooked it. I then remembered the Courage of the Weak rewards. Quest reward, secret quest. Courage of the Weak, great spellcaster 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 blessing. He has gifted a special spell to you. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy during your lifetime. It's also thanks to this quest that I didn't have a permanent brain injury, thanks to All Might. Quest reward, temporary effect will to rehabilitate. Any dismembered body parts are restored. Permanent effect longevity. All diseases, poisons and status effects are healed, and sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. If I'm immune to all poisons, that means I took out the class A potion. 10 item, Rockgut BLD item class. A type, potion A pouch that contains Rockgut purified BLD, obtainable by defeating Rockgut. Unlikely drop rate. Drinking it will give you harder skin and pain nullification but will weaken your agility. Effect, Rockgut Rock Skin. Minus 10% physical damage taken. Effect, Rockgut Pain Nullifier. Minus 15% pain felt. Debuff weaken movement. Minus 25 agility. If status effects are automatically healed, won't this item's debuff be removed as well? There is no reason to think. With that, I drank the potion. A harmful substance has been detected in your body. 3, 2, 1 Cure poison has been completed. Item, Rockgut BLD's effect weaken movement is fading, just as I thought. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, none. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 27 fatigue, 0 HP, 3560 MP, 530, strength, 78 agility, 56 sense, 53 vitality, 53 intelligence, 60, remaining points, 0 physical damage reduction, 10% plus 5% physical pain nullification, 15%. This caused me to smile. Even though the reduction is 10% and 15%, it was still something of note. Eventually, I will get more armor, allowing me to gain less damage. Additionally, something interesting too happened today whilst I was completing the daily quests. I accidentally did a push-up more, and I therefore decided to see how much it can rise. Complete push-ups 200 out of 100, complete curl-ups 200 to 100, complete sit-ups 200/100, complete squats 200/100, complete run 20 km. I expected to get a better reward as this was a hidden quest and it didn't disappoint. Sadly, as this was a one-time thing, this is what I got. Rewards from a hidden quest: Reward 1, Status Recovery, Reward 2, Stat Points plus 3, Reward 3, Blessed Random Box Select, Reward 3, Cursed Random Box Select. Will you accept your rewards? Accept/refuse. I added the 3 points already into my stats and left the status recovery. The Blessed Random Box has something that I want, but the Cursed Random Box has something I need. So I chose the blessed one, of course, one reason being that I am happy with the way things are going and, in all honesty, I don't know what I need at this moment in time. Blessed Random Box. The box will be chosen in 3, 2, 1. You receive the key for the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 key item. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 key item class. S-type. Key: a key that allows you to enter dungeon. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 can be used in endeavors. Hero agency entrance. A couple of hours later, it was the dead of night and I was outside the Endeavor's hero agency. I had my hood up and a face mask for me to be more anonymous, so no one can track me down. Walking up to the entrance, I put the key in. However, there was one number 2 hero who was coming back from patrol that saw me enter. So I waved at him and jumped in, causing the gate to close, definitely pissing the big man off as I swore I heard flame burning or something. One jumping in, I only saw a corridor which I followed. It was appealing if I had to say anything about it. Massive arches being placed every 20 meters or so with gold and white decorating them. Walking another 10 minutes, there was a staircase in the open air that led to a massive gate, but in front of the gate was a tall humanoid-looking figure. It had a massive pair of wings with a halo atop of his head. The face part of the body had a mask with a cross across it for the monster to breathe and see through apparently. The monster had a dark red name but also hold a weapon, which was a spear that gave off a powerful amount of energy, so I had to be careful of it. In all honesty, I didn't want to find out. Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter 5, I will become much stronger, that is if I survived, but dying would be awkward and I wouldn't reach my goals. I can't lose here, it would be a pain getting myself to hell even though heaven is close. 1. The best choice is to level as much as I can before UA, as I don't know how many opportunities one will have. I mused to myself whilst getting ready. St. Peter flew at me with tremendous speed which I dodged just in time. I tried to slash with my dagger which made a small cut on the calf. This caused some blood to erupt from the cut. But the spear that was about to hit me hit the ground instead, causing a massive crater which nearly made me hesitate to do more. 2. Skill, Sprint 𝗵𝗃𝗃 has been activated with this moment. I tried to hit the gatekeeper once more but it was blocked by the spear. Deactivating the skill, I was thinking of a plan of action. Jumping back, I activated another more recent skill, dodging a spear move once more. Skill Fireball 𝗵𝗃 has been activated. I made 3 large fireball above me and shot them at the enemy at St. Peter. I was trying to use this as a distraction but the enemy had different plans. Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter is using skill Reflection. All mana attacks fired will be shot back with double the speed and power back to their original target's location. 1. Oh, I yelled and activated the sprint skill again. I went to my inventory and got a mana potion as I only had 30 MP left. Mana potion item class, E-type, consumable, a potion that can restore mana. Restores 500 mana upon consumption. Mana 530/530. I don't want my stomach to be filled with potions, so bring it on. I activated another skill so I can use the opportunity of being able to defeat St. Peter. Skill, Bloodlust 𝗵𝗃 has been activated. The enemy's resistance was too high, the effect was cancelled. Cursing under my breath, I used my speed skill for 5 seconds going around it, trying to cut it with my dagger or even punch it with my gauntlet. Damn, I need to think of a way to defeat it. Suddenly, I was too late to dodge the downward swing of the spear. Unluckily for me, my left arm was cut off. I was glad I had some pain nullification as that SHT hurts. I tried to move but I couldn't as the swing also caused me to make a crater in the ground. I just realized that I could die. I started to grin for some reason. Fatigue, 72 HP, 890/3560 MP, 435/530 HP, 850/3560 HP, 810/3560. As your health is below 30%, skill perseverance will activate. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. I remembered, I still have the status effect but I can't waste it. So without moving I summoned 4 fireballs and shot 3 around and 1 dead center, so St. Peter will need to use his skill, giving me more time. MP, 35/530 reward 1. Status recovery accept. That was just in the nick of time as the St. Peter threw the spear straight at me where I was. Realizing I got my left arm back using sprint, I got behind him and threw my dagger at it. But St. Peter blocked it with his arm guards. I released the dagger from the mortal world into my system and got it to my own hands back again. This is a good matchup. Looking at my skills. But my attacks aren't having effect. Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter is using the skill baptism. When an enemy is hit by the skill, you will perish, but after death you will become an angel under God's rule. 11, not a bad way to die, but I ain't dying here. With pure luck and speed I have outrun the devastating attack and got into the guard of the saint. The system tells me the gap between my enemies and I, but I must overcome it. When inside the guard of the Guardian of Heaven, I slashed his chest, causing him to back up for a couple of steps. Then I realized something crucial. The saint is healing himself. Damn, I don't have any more status recovery. I must do something. I guess the system is making me stronger. With that I did. I rushed forward again and got the spear in my hand. The said opponent was surprised, which I took to my advantage. Stabbing him through the chest to where the heart should be sounded easy, but when against his armor I had to put everything in it so it could penetrate it. This and the activation of Bloodlust skill that actually caused the saint to stop allowed me to stab him through the head into the brain, killing it finally instead of the chest. You have slain Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. Thanks to you, I realized what my level is. I still need to get stronger. So if I open the gate now, I will die. But hear me, I will come back and defeat all of heaven if I have to. Item, Lance of Longinus. Item class, S-type, spear attack, plus 800 obtained by killing St. Peter the Heaven's Gatekeeper. This spear was stabbed in the side of Jesus to ensure his death. It has extra attack power towards creatures of demons or fallen effect. An extra plus 200 attack when dealing with the enemies of God. Item, St. Peter's Ring. Item class, a type, Ring. Intelligence plus 20, Vitality plus 21. Item, Heaven Gate Key. Item class, a type, Key. A key that can open the Heaven Gate's door. Obtained by killing the Gatekeeper. Sweet, plus 20 for both Intelligence and Vitality. I sure need it. Izuku chuckled. 1. Everything after this point is Izuku's stats. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Status name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, none. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 31. Fatigue, 0 HP, 4360 MP, 670, Strength, 82 Agility, 60 Sense, 57 Vitality, 77 Intelligence, 84, remaining points, 0 Physical Damage Reduction, 10% plus 5% Physical Pain Nullification, 15% Skills, Passive, Unknown. Max Muscularity LV, 1 Advanced Dagger Arts LV, 1 Active, Sprint LV, 1 Bloodlust LV, 1 Fireball LV, 1 plus Armor. Rockgut Gauntlet C rank, right hand paralyzed / contagious. St. Peter's Ring A rank, left middle finger plus 20 int / plus 20 vit 1 weapon. T-Rex Dagger C rank, dagger plus 20 attack / -25% damage. Reduced Lance of Longinus S rank, spear plus 800 attack / extra plus 200 against God's enemies. The next 4 weeks was the same routine, exercise daily, try and level up my skills and study for UA. I had 2 D rank dungeons which leveled me up to level 36, and currently I am in AC rank 8. I think my luck is coming to me after the years of pain and misery with the mystery boxes. However, I have a feeling that this power is foreshadowing something. Although defeating skeleton warriors isn't as much fun as you would think, my title helps me have an easier time. Level 39 is what I am currently sitting at. With a spear move to 1 and a cut to another boom, level 40. You level, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 I received a new notification following the leveling one, but before I go into that I have gotten 2 more skills that I acquired recently. Skill Vital Strike 𝗬𝗲, 1 active dagger only skill. Uses 70 MP to deal critical damage as you attack your foe's vital area. 2 The second one was the one I bought for 580,000 gold. A rune stone to be precise. I decided that sometimes I do need to be stealthy if I want to be a hero or to get a drop on a monster. Skill, Stealth 𝗬𝗲, 1 active. It requires 200 MP to activate and 10 MP per second to use it for a longer period of time. You become invisible to the naked eye with sound, smell, and presence erase. 2 I actually gotten this skill so I could have a variety. It also did another purpose. I remembered the face of the shield man I killed. He was a sidekick to 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲. Even though that man is old, I still respect him. With this in mind, I searched the web and done some snooping to find all of the mud behind the shield sidekick. Let me tell you, there was a lot. I was happy that I killed him. After getting acquainted with this skill, I had a maximum of 47 seconds to get in and out of the office. It was hard. I even had to drink 1 MP potion for 500 MP as I was low on it. At the end it was a success, with giving the file to the number 9 hero's desk. I remember seeing a rumor on the internet saying something of a man who could take and give quirks, which I found very interesting. It seems with the system I can have a similar ability, but with me I can get them through rune stones. Hopefully I can get a healing one so I can be an all-rounder. But that is the thought for the future, as now I have a different task in front of me. Also I have leveled up Advanced Dagger Art 𝗬𝗲 1 to 𝗬𝗲 2, with it gaining an extra 7% of additional damage, giving me 40% when using daggers. Additionally, my skill, Sprint, has 2 leveled up. Sadly, I have not received any skills for the spear that I am in possession of, as I did just get it, and it is used as a tertiary weapon just after the gauntlet. Moving on to the message that I have received. The player has reached the required level. Wait. Required level. Like with the shop option to buy. The shop was open at level 25. It has a lot of sections as potions, weapons, armor, miscellaneous, and rune stones. A job change quest has arrived. Will you accept the quest? Accept/refuse job. None. I will do it after I finish this dungeon. With that I put the screen somewhere where it won't distract me and continued towards the boss room. I had to defeat a lot more enemies, as it seemed that they never finish, with me finally entering a massive room, the boss room I presumed. A skeleton figure was in the center with a light orange name. It only took me 2 minutes to defeat it, but after the job change I leveled up 2 levels, so I think that is a beneficial thing. Status name, Izuku Midoriya job, none title, zombie slayer level, 42 fatigue, 13 HP, 60-80 MP, 900, strength, 108 agility, 93 sense, 82 vitality, 108 intelligence, 108, remaining points, 0 physical damage reduction, 10% plus 5% physical pain nullification, 15% 1 skills, passive, unknown max muscularity 𝗬𝗲, 1 advanced dagger arts 𝗬𝗲, 2, active, sprint 𝗬𝗲, 2 bloodlust 𝗬𝗲, 1 fireball 𝗬𝗲, 1 vital strike 𝗬𝗲, 1 stealth 𝗬𝗲, 1 3 I was ready for it. I was also glad that I took my time. Not to rush things. So the next day I went out around 3 PM, I had a feeling someone was following me, but there were no signs of bloodlust. I kinda forgot to do the daily quest today, so I am hoping I can get this done quickly. Going to a park where not a lot of people attend, I said, accept job change quest. Then a purple portal appeared and I jumped in. But before the portal closed, someone jumped in. I was flabbergasted at who it was. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀. 1. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀. Sometime earlier 𝗵𝗃𝗃's POV. After the kid threw a pipe at the villain, my interest in him began. I started to patrol the area where he was, and this day, I finally found him. He seems to already sense someone following him. It could be me, but I think it was the blonde girl that had a look that I couldn't place following him too. So when I saw him go to a park and mutter some words, a purple portal shot open. He jumped in, so I too had to. I saw the blonde girl doing the same with her explosions, but it seemed that she didn't make it. The next thing I heard was a shout of my hero name by a surprised green-haired kid that was nearly a foot taller than me. And POV, Izuku looked down at Miruko. Miruko, what are you doing here? You interested me with the pipe you threw, and now you are jumping through a portal, so what gives? The rabbit woman berated Izuku. Even though she didn't add, also you smell actually nice compared to others. 11. So basically you stalked me and jumped in a random portal that could go anywhere. Izuku asked in all seriousness, but he gave a deadpan expression. A small embarrassed blush appeared on her face, then Miruko's fist embedded in Izuku's shoulder. Shut up. After a couple of seconds, the gamer sighed, fine, before you ask. I can create portals where I go and improve my skills. Monsters appear and I need to kill them and then the boss to get out of a dungeon. For her widened eyes and mouth turning into a devilish smile, heck yeah, I can finally get loose. Oh, and what's your name? Now you ask. Geez, I'm Izuku Midoriya by the way, but just call me Izuku. He introduced himself with a mock bow. You have entered a dungeon. Before you ask any more questions, let me explain further. In dungeons anything can happen, different monsters, traps, and whatever. The monsters have to be killed and occasionally they drop loot like in a video game. And so, even before Rumi could react, Izuku summoned his spear and threw it through a knight. Keep your senses open, we need to kill them. When you have slain a knight, Rumi came up to Izuku and poked the spear as it was summoned back to Izuku. What is this? Before Miruko asked any questions. This is the Lance of Longinus. I got it by defeating St. Peter. It was a different dungeon I entered a while ago, Izuku said straight-faced. You defeated AF Angel. She said in disbelief. I did, he said with a sigh. Anyways, let's get this over and done with. Receiving a nod from the rabbit girl. It is a doll-type monster. It will be annoying if more of these guys show up in the future. Oh, and by the way, he turned to her, we can't exit until we clear this, as I don't have a hearthstone. Receiving a nod with a little hesitation, she was trying to understand the teen's quirk, but came up empty. Izuku received this message too. In this area, your potion and show ability is restricted. On level up, you do not receive status healing tea. Izuku muttered. Obtaining a confused look, he answered the unasked question. I can't use any healing abilities of mine for some reason in this dungeon. So we can die here? Chuckling, we will not die here. I don't want to explain why the bunny hero is dead. Rumi tried to hit Izuku's head but missed. I am a rabbit, not a bunny, you idiot. 7. As it seems to be fate, Izuku tackled the bunny away. There was a magician that shot a fireball at her. Oi bunny, get your head in the game. I know this is weird, but please look out. Rumi blushed slightly, as she was the one who people depended on and not being one to depend on someone. She didn't know this feeling, but she won't complain, as she liked the warmth. Then they both got up to start their fight. 5. Punching and kicking, with an occasional spear swing, was all that was heard for the next 30 minutes. Rumi, for her part, was enjoying every minute of it. She usually had short and quick fights with an occasional one that gets her BLD pumping as much. She needs to ask Izuku to take her to other gates as she wants to feel the adrenaline pumping in her veins more often. Izuku realized that the soldiers were using his skills, from fireball to ones with spears, others were knights. Heck, some of them were assassins with the stealth part. The amount of times he saved the bunny from the assassins was not funny, as she couldn't smell or hear them. He also realized another fact: if he had dropped points from strength, he couldn't break the knight's armor, as a dagger was mostly useless with them. If his sense was low, then he wouldn't detect the assassins. Due to the still low mana, then using skills would be useless, as he couldn't replenish it to fight against the magicians. Then the spearman, who he thought was about agility so he could miss the spear thrusts and throws. You have slain a knight x16, you have slain a magician x3, you have slain an assassin x8, you have slain a spearman x5, you leveled up. He also received a couple of extra loot. He tried to give them to Rumi, but some didn't work with her. The armor, for example, was visible on her and it wasn't in her style, as apparently it would look ridiculous on her. Item: leather pouch type, container A, pouch to carry money item, high knight's chest plate item class, B type, armor plus 7% physical damage reduction, slows movement if your strength is below 80 item, lukewarm water type, consumable 1 L of water at room's temperature. Izuku shared the water with 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and both of them started to cool off. The bunny girl was glad to get a break out of the constant fighting and being saved by the admittedly handsome teen next to her from the assassins. Fatigue, 54 HP, 5490/6200 MP, 900/915, I can see the door to the boss room, Izuku stated, seeing the 5 tall gates. How are you doing? Smirking, she replied, tired, but this is fun. Nodding, if it will be too hard for you, let me handle it. What he got from her was a hesitant nod. She couldn't argue. From what he has shown so far, he is pretty strong with a lot of stamina to boot. Especially with the assassins, she promised herself to get stronger too. Those opponents were around B-rank villains, and even though she may be considered an S-rank hero, it was because of her leg power and her fighting style. After another 10 minutes with Izuku's fatigue going down to 33, but suddenly another assassin was about to sneak up onto the top 10 hero, which Izuku killed. Then he blocked an arrow with his dagger, F archers. Another 5 grueling minutes to be able to get in the door. You have slain an archer X7, you have slain a soldier X2, you leveled up, finally being able to open the door. Both could see it was an open room with a lot of space. There was one thing that made a shiver go down both of their backs. A dark red name for Izuku especially. BLD Red Commander Igris 1 item, High Knight's Gauntlet item class, B type, armor plus 5% physical damage reduction, slows movement if your strength is below 81 item, High Magician's Ring item class, B type, ring increases mana regeneration by 10 mana per minute. 1. He placed the other gauntlet on his left hand and the ring on his right middle finger. For some reason the rings and the gauntlet don't interfere with each other. He was ready to defeat the boss and get a job change. BLD Red Commander Igris, both hunters could hear themselves gulp. For 𝗵𝘃𝗃, her animal instincts were telling her to run, but for Izuku it was the memories of him nearly giving up on strong opponents. Bunny, I don't know if you can feel the aura, but he is strong. Ignoring the nickname of his, she whispered to him, I agree. A knight that protects the empty throne, was what Izuku thought as the humans looked into the shining whites of the commander's face. The metal monstrosity slowly walked down the stairs, as both hero and teen prepared to fight it. Running towards the gamer, the knight used his sword to nearly decapitate Izuku and 𝗵𝘃𝗃. The greenette took out his dagger and tried to stab him, but to no avail, as its armor was better than the dagger's skills. The hero tried to use its distracted state, but the knight turned around and caught her by the leg and threw her to the wall, causing a massive indent in it. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, the taller of the two, shouted. Chuckling slowly, she whispered just enough to make Izuku hear, this is nothing, my BLD is pumping, I am feeling the touch of death. Touching her forehead, it was a long time since I seen my own BLD, with a maniacal grin she said confidently, after we defeat this red guy, I am taking you out to dinner for the entertainment. This caused a small blush to appear on Izuku's face, then a couple of seconds of Igris looking at her with a semi-deadpan expression. Rumi realized what she said and blushed, denying it in her head. Using this opportunity, Izuku said whilst attacking and dodging the sword, sure, we will talk about this after this gate. There was a downward swing from Igris that Izuku barely blocked with his dagger and his gauntlet supporting him. Jumping back, Izuku and 𝗵𝘃𝗃 regrouped, and both would try to attack him simultaneously. Some damage was obviously done, but nothing too major. Izuku had a thought, I think we are using the same armor, so he has to have strength over 80 to be able to do that. I guess, it's with my fists and your legs, 𝗵𝘃𝗃, or should I say Rumi? I preferred the bunny nickname, but I don't mind if we are not on duty. Yes. But what surprised the both next was Igris stabbing his sword to the ground and releasing his cape with some of his extra daggers which were located on his back. Chivalry, not many actually have that, so I must say I respect you. But you are still not taking us seriously. Izuku said, though internally he was glad he wasn't taking them both seriously. With that the commander rushed at both of them, with them both jumping out of the way of his trajectory. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 went to the back of him whilst Izuku the front of him. Both tried using punches and kicks but nothing worked due to Icarus dodging or blocking. Finally, he grabbed Izuku's leg and threw him onto the empty throne. Causing a 𝗵𝗃𝗲 of pain from Izuku to come out, Rumi was distracted for a split second, causing a similar fate to occur to her. Izuku caught her in a princess carry and whispered to her, "I have a plan, you try and regain some energy." This was a moment where a notification came. Alarm. As your health has dropped below 30% skill, perseverance will be active. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. My defense increased due to my passive skill. I still have a chance. Plopping the bunny girl on the throne, Izuku summoned his spear and without a moment of hesitation threw it. It missed the main body but not the left forearm, causing it to be ripped out of the body. This is where white liquid came out, which seemed like 𝗫𝗲𝗏 dematerializing the spear. He summoned his dagger and using a newer skill. Icarus tried getting his weapon by skill, Dominator's Touch, but was too late. Skill, Vital Strike LV, 1 active dagger only skill. Uses 70 MP to deal critical damage as you attack your foe's vital area using the skill on Icarus. He finally jumped onto Icarus and stabbed under his helm. Then with a final punch, he got the BLD Red Commander Icarus to the other side. Alarm. You have slain BLD Red Commander Icarus. You leveled up walking up to 𝗵𝘃𝗀 first, and both of them walking to the Icarus fallen body. Did we win? Izuku asked in between his panting. I think the red guy underestimated us further, allowing you to surprise him with your spear. I guess I did. I guess my luck helped me here. If I made a mistake, I would have died. Oh, shut it, Izuku. You promised me dinner together so you can't die easily. But inside, this definitely was a high A rank that S ranks would have trouble in. All Might and Endeavor could do it, but the later with some help. Ryukyu if she turned to her dragon mode, but his sword would have decapitated something. I need to get stronger. Oh, look, it dropped a couple of items. Red Knight's Helmet, Dominator's Touch X2, Leather Pouch, Hearthstone X2 have been obtained. Wait, 2 Dominator's Touches, that is awesome. Izuku said in excitement. 1. What are those 4 stones? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asked in curiosity. Those 2 red stones are something called rune stones. You can learn new skills, or some people may call them quirks. Those 2 have the same ability called Dominator's Touch. This allows us to learn a form of telekinesis. Wait us. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 was generally surprised. She expected him to keep them both for himself. Yeah, you helped me clear this dungeon. So there you are. He handed a rune stone to her and the return crystal. By the way, please don't tell anyone about the rune stones, as the amount of greedy people would want those will be astronomical, and use it during dire needs whilst patrolling. Izuku received an understanding nod from her. The other one can be only used in this dungeon to leave. Wait, why did they give it to us? Both of them realized one thing, it is not over yet. Seeing as they both have some time, Izuku checked the other 2 items. Item, Red Knight's Helmet. Item class, S-type, armor plus 15% physical damage reduction plus 20 strength, plus 20 vitality. Item, Leather Pouch has been opened. You have received 1,500,000 gold. Total gold, 3,082,982 G. To think my gold doubled in an instant. Izuku thought, but furthermore an S-rank item. This is my second S-rank item. Putting it on, wow, these stats are on another level. It is incredible. Runestone, Dominator's Touch type. Runestone A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune item. Hearthstone type, consumable A quest exclusive item. If you break the Hearthstone, you will instantly leave the dungeon. If the job quest ends, the dungeon is automatically destroyed. Cannot be stored. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, none. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 46 fatigue, 72 HP, 1705/6960 MP, 780/960, strength, 132 agility, 97 sense, 86 vitality, 132 intelligence, 112 remaining points, 0 physical damage reduction, 11% plus 32% physical pain nullification, 16%, get ready bunny, this dungeon isn't finished yet. Izuku warned her. Don't worry, I have got it. Also, can you keep the rune stone with you until we get out the dungeon, as I don't have any pockets? Rumi asked sheepishly. With a nod, Izuku hid it in his inventory. There was a sound of 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃 that showed it was a greenish/red portal. Then more portals began to appear. The job change quest will begin SHT, then this is my job change quest. Then he cursed himself as Rumi looked at him with her curious eyes. I will explain everything during our dinner. She blushed a little with the reminder but nodded. The longer you last, the more points you can collect that will place you into a higher tier job midnight inch points. The longer I last. Good luck. 1 second, 2 seconds, then knights started to pour out of the gates. Every second means more points. Izuku said then, so the chance of obtaining a hidden class goes up the longer the timer goes on. Befitting for a job change quest, Izuku muttered. 14 seconds, my remaining mana is 780. Rumi, hold on to me. With that the two started to go invisible from Izuku's stealth skill. He then whispered to Rumi, we need to hide and make a plan, so I am using a skill of invisibility. With a nod they both got invisible. Izuku got Rumi on his back and carried her thighs, which to his opinion were really thick and squishy. I can do it for a couple of minutes. He couldn't see Miruko's dark red face, her thighs and arms were around Izuku, and was lucky that she was invisible. Magician is using skill detection. A massive black eye appeared above the magicians. When it opened, a purple iris looked straight at them, causing the confused soldiers to go up to them with their weapons. SHT, it detected us. Still having Rumi on his back, he summoned his spear and started to cut them down with an occasional punch. Skill Bloodlust was activated. The target stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. Miruko was just shocked. In all honesty, the repertoire of the young man's before her was impressive. Rumi, use your Hearthstone. But before any of them could, both of their Hearthstones were knocked out of their hands. Then a beatdown was starting to happen, with Izuku protecting Rumi with the best of his abilities. He did realize that those knights didn't give him any levels and were around C rank at best with an occasional B rank, but they were annoying in large amounts. HP 980 for 6960. Rumi wasn't scared per se, but seeing how Izuku was taking the brunt of the assault protecting her, some memories were trying to come to the surface. 5 minutes and 9 seconds. With that he was punched in the side, causing the two living entities to slide backwards and started to be surrounded by knights. Izuku stood back up, but this time with Rumi behind him. I am sorry, Rumi, but we need to try and defeat them together. We got it, Izuku, it can't end like this. Rumi said with determination. Jumping up with his spear, I was at the bottom for so long, I longed for the highest place. I know the sadness of being weak more than anyone. Memories of children beating him up, parents giving him a pitying look. Izuku then remembered his mother. An overprotective mother, sure, but she loved him the most. He was getting visions of his mother and father telling him to get some rest. Then something came out of the shadow. Why do you always moor away from the safe road and dance with death on every occasion? He knew this voice. It was him before being awakened. Isn't it a great fortune that a quirkless person like you was able to grow this much? Isn't it great, Izuku Midoriya? Rumi for her part wasn't doing much better. Yes, she wasn't getting as much as Izuku, but still tried helping. She too had some visions of people in her childhood ridiculing her for her quirk being a mutant type. When time passed on, she could see people calling her out for her figure or how she looks, ignoring how well she can do her work. A younger self came up to her. Wow, I look appealing, don't I? This caused her to stiffen and look back to see a young girl walking to her. You accidentally followed a young man who caught your interest into a death zone. He is still protecting you whilst you are still on your sorry, but this wasn't happening, was it? That was all going in her mind. I can't believe that we're the same person. You are taller, gained a lot of muscle, and look sharper. You look quite strong as well. But the only thing that changed was your appearance. You're still a weakling. What is the difference between you and me? You got yourself in a situation where you're in front of death once more. The two voices said to their future selves. Izuku saw at the corner of his eye that Rumi was about to be killed. He moved. The movement was painful, but he was there and pushed Hero away and blocked the incoming strike with his dagger. Until I am still alive, I will protect you, Rumi, so do not give up. I bet you are hearing the voices too, so don't listen to them. You are a strong woman, mentally and physically, so let's show them who is boss. Rumi was knocked out of her funk when Izuku pushed her out of the way. After she heard what he spoken to her, it caused a soft, small but true smile to appear on her face. I met him properly just today and he has done more than anyone in my life did. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was having a hard time. The voice came around. Oh look, once again you don't know how to control yourself, your courage becomes recklessness. Hissing out, shut up. After another minute, Izuku and Rumi were standing back to back. Tired? Yeah, I am. You have a long way to go. From now on you have to kill more people, and sacrifice or leave behind a lot of people, including friends and family. You will be the one to bring about your own demise. The voice spoke once again. Both hero and hunter were tired, they barely could move. Quest directions: daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal: incomplete push-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete curl-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete sit-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete squats 0 out of 100, incomplete run 0/10 km. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. 1. Reading the message, he held his hand to get Rumi's hand in it. Blushing but also aware how close to death they were, so she didn't mind it. 5 seconds left, 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. They say luck is also a skill. It looks like leaving you to die here is too much of a waste of it. Holding Miruko's hand tighter, the last thing the older Izuku thought was, see you. 1 second left, 0 seconds left. A slash came closer and closer from multiple sides. Then another notification came in. Alarm. You failed to complete the daily quest. You are being moved to the penalty zone. The axe that was about to come through the duo hit nothing but air, confusing the knights. 9 minutes and 39 seconds. Penalty zone. Both are seen on the floor panting. That was something, Rumi muttered, holding her thigh. Yeah, it was. It seems that we are in the penalty zone due to me forgetting to do my daily exercise. You have to do that. But I must say, good timing, otherwise we would be dead. No kidding. Fatigue, 92 HP, 84/6960 MP, 230/960. Buying the best fatigue potions he could for 10,000 gold. He gave one to Miruko and one to himself. Drink this, it should help you. Once she drank it and all she could say was, damn, I could fight again. What did it do? It helps with your fatigue and also should slowly give your health back to its original point. Your fatigue is being restored. 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 I should properly heal my HP and MP by leveling up here. And I might die in one hit. Izuku also bought a medic first aid kit and started to bandage Rumi's thigh with some minor protest of her. It will be better, bunny, but anyways we need to deal with the insects here. But internally, I have never felt better. I think I get what Rumi means, battle rush. Then the sand monsters came up, with Izuku killing them by jumping on them or slashing at them with his spear. Alarm. Penalty quest, survive goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours remaining time, 3 hours 58 minutes and 28 seconds. If the pain doesn't kill me, it will only make me stronger. Izuku thought, whilst Rumi looked at him with awe whilst she was still resting. With Katsumi, the 6 months changed Katsumi a lot. She knew that Izuku was in a coma for 6 months, but the doctors didn't call her mum after he woke up, only that he had been discharged. He wasn't in school and anyways school would be finished soon. The final exams were done before Izuku was in a coma, so he was lucky with that, although he would have to come back for the certificate, she mused. She saw him throw a pipe at a villain and was shocked with his appearance, like shouldn't the scrawny teen be more scrawny after a coma? But no, Izuku was developing to be more of a Greek god, which she begrudgingly accepted when she saw him earlier today. He entered some kind gate and having Miruko, the rabbit hero, follow him too. She wanted to follow but was too slow. She discovered that the rumor of Izuku awakening a quirk was true. Of course they were not told the name, but on the school registry Izuku awakened a quirk when he woke up and now she saw it in action. She didn't know how to feel with that, be pissed as he will go and try be a hero or not a stay-at-home husband, she doesn't know. After an hour of waiting, she went to see his apartment which he still lived in. She got the extra key out, that she took from her mother and waited on the couch for a couple more hours. Then when it came for, she then had a thought. Maybe he gotten a girl fry. Yeah, he can't, he is mine. With that thought she went to sleep on the couch. Penalty zone sometime later, penalty quest, survive goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours remaining time, 0 hours 8 minutes and 23 seconds vital strike skill leveled up from LV1 to LV2 you leveled up, 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 you have reached level 50, you received a reward, accept/reject, horror reward. Let accept it, level 50 reward 1. Whenever you level up from level 50 and up you gain 100 more HP per level. Plus 200 HP per level reward 2. Whenever you level up from level 50 and up you gain 10 more MP per level. Plus 20 MP per level reward 3. You received an additional 5,000 HP reward 4. You received an additional 500 MP well done. W/N. I am trying to make his stats similar to Jinwoo but my own style if you get me. Anyways, I always have a method of calculating HP and MP gains so I am increasing the level up part name. Izuku Midoriya level, 51 fatigue, 0 HP, 12440 MP, 1555 penalty quest, survive goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours remaining time, 0 hours 3 minutes and 41 seconds, we have just over 3 minutes before we return. Izuku stated to Rumi. You need a stronger weapon, she gave a hesitant nod, with him deciding that explaining part of his quirk now was more beneficial. As I will explain my quirk later on, I will tell you part of it now. It is a gaming quirk so to speak. Now I am using the gold I have collected from selling junk items or unneeded drops. So, after a couple of seconds, he continued, what weapon do you want to use? This caused Rumi to think, a dagger would probably be my style. One smirking, I think I have the perfect one. One night killer, 2,800,000 G by 1 found it. You have purchased Night Killer. This will help you especially with the knights here. It is called a Night Killer and is the best weapon I can get for you at this moment of time. He handed it to Miruko who was shocked. Are you sure? With a light smile, he nodded, thank you. What Miruko done next caused them to lightly blush, a small but affectionate hug. Item, Night Killer item class, B-type, dagger plus 75 attack effect, Night Slayer. If used against an opponent with heavy armor, your attacks deal 25% additional damage. Izuku. Bought some more bandages. Let me wrap it around your hand so it won't drop like we did with our hearthstones. This caused them both to chuckle. You have purchased bandage after Izuku helped Rumi bandage the dagger. He pulled out 2 rune stone. Let's break them, we may increase our chances. Wait, so you break them and you get the skill. With a nod he passed her one of them and with that Izuku broke his. He used it to pull a leg of the massive insect towards him. Breaking her own stone, she felt some sort of new energy in her, causing her eyes to widen. She did the same as Izuku and got stars in her eyes. Once again she hugged Izuku, who was a little surprised and caused her to be span around whilst both of them were laughing. Skill, Dominator's Touch has been learned. Skill, Dominator's Touch LV1 active, no mana required. You can control objects without touching them. It is like a quirk, a skill that doesn't require me to use mana, so this is useful. Izuku stated whilst letting go of Rumi. This is the same thing as the Igris guy used. Penalty quest, survive goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 4 seconds remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 3 seconds, hold my hand, we are going back. Our last chance, with Rumi holding his hand more naturally. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Penalty quest is concluding, so their numbers grew immensely within a few hours. Izuku asked jokingly, let's kick their metal butt, Rumi continued. With Izuku using the spear and Rumi her dagger it went so much easier, being rested makes a large difference. Jumping on a soldier's head Izuku shouted, we need to kill those mages, they are the ones who are controlling these puppets, they are using summoning magic. Sure Izuku. With a nearly fatal slash that could happen if Izuku didn't regain his composure. 3. So this is how you want to play it? Good bun. I will kick your butt when we get out of here. Sure, but after dinner please. With them both having game faces, they traveled towards the magicians, with Izuku and Rumi went opposite ways and slashed the magicians. You have slain a magician, good, too done for more. Both saw that a chunk of the army was gone, turned into the armor. With that Izuku threw his spear at another one which hit its target. You have slain a magician alert. New skill has been created skill. Spear throw active deal damage by throwing your spear. As the skill's level increases, damage and accuracy will increase. 70 mana alert. New skill has been created skill. Spear mastery art passive. Due to the user preference to use spears, you can use spears more proficiently. When a spear is used, the attacks gain 30% additional damage. One new skills are always welcome, but finally some spear skills. Izuku mused to himself. Skill. Stealth LV1 active 200 mana magician is using skill. Detection magician is using skill. Detection magician is using skill. Detection, you can see the eye, kill them bun bun. With that Rumi killed another one with her dominator's touch. 2 more left. He then shot a fireball towards a group of knights, allowing her access to a magician. Rumi saw the strategy that Izuku will use, but when he jumped down from his hiding position with a spear in one hand and a dagger in his left. She now saw the muscles on Izuku, the way his muscles moved. Izuku was wearing a light gray shirt with a hood and black tracksuit bottoms, and she must add he made the perfect style in it. The muscles from tightening his grip were showing, and it was so defined but not ugly as All Might or Endeavor style. Then she looked at his usually green eyes that are burning blue right now with some of his green colors tips were waving around. He looked majestic. Even her animal instinct told her to bed him, but she knew that they were not in that stage of the relationship yet. Yet again her brain betrays her. 2. Izuku was using the Dominator touch to deal some damage to the knights whilst advancing towards the magicians. Suddenly, Miruko heard a cry of pain. Izuku was stabbed in his thigh just like her. How long are you going to hide behind your puppets? He killed the knight, but suddenly the remaining 2 magicians started to chant and created a massive golem made of armor of the fallen knights exactly where Izuku was standing above. Izuku jumped down and started to run, trying to distract the golem, whilst Miruko will kill the 2 remaining magicians. Rumi had it easier as the number of soldiers decreased for the destructiveness of the golem. With her using Dominator's touch on one and a Luna fall kick on another, the golem fell. 4 hours 39 minutes and 42 seconds, all the monsters in the room have been slain. The quest will end now. Damn, what a kick there, bun bun. Izuku whistled in appreciation. Panting a bit, done. They walked to each other and fist bumped. Now what will be your job, I wonder? Possibly an assassin or even a magician. Izuku wondered too. You will be able to choose a class based on the amount of points you have collected. Apparently I can choose a job. Izuku said out loud. A job will be granted after the player's actions have been analyzed. Oh, granted. I thought I could choose. A shocked Izuku said. I did put a lot of stats in strength, so a warrior. But also a lot in my vitality, so possibly a tank. A magician due to my mana points. Either way I'll become strong. Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows. The player's path is littered with corpses and the smell of blood. As the player possesses strength, he does not leave anything to his teammates and overcomes everything with his own strength. Izuku's eyes widened at that. Didn't Rumi count too? 3. Your longing for strength burns strong enough to call those who wander the valley of death, and the army of the dead who follows your commands shall create a path where your thread will be the law, and you would never need another's help again. Army of the dead. Izuku said out loud. I did prefer Rumi not being here for her safety, but she did help a lot though. Then a realization came to both. Wait, this is my job. Your job is necromancer, a necromancer? Asked Rumi, and she received a wide-eye nod from her partner. Magic subclass necromancer, a grim magician, and the undead army that follows. I have never heard of someone who has a necromancer quirk, but usually they have a sentience quirk or a summon quirk for 1 or 2 warriors. Izuku said out loud. Why not choose it? It will be different from other heroes' quirks, and it will be helpful for you, as I won't lie, even an S-rank hero like myself, this dungeon would be nigh impossible. If I didn't have you or at least another 4 S-class heroes, then I would have died. So imagine having a lot of strong dead soldiers that can help you. With a small smile, I met you a couple of hours ago and you seem to already have a place in my heart, geez. Thank though I will choose this job then. Let's be a necromancer, I accept. It seems that this dungeon showed me a peek into the skill too. Izuku didn't see steam coming from Rumi's head at the casual remark on her. Your job has been chosen based on the amount of points you obtained. You will be given a chance to promote to a superior class. You have exceeded the expected playtime. Points will be added. You did not use a Hearthstone. Points will be added. Shadows started to form around Izuku, causing Rumi to widen her eyes. Final health is above 75%. Points will be added. All enemies have been slain. Points will be added. Your accidental partner did not die. Points will be added too. The total points have exceeded the limit. You will be promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Monarch 7. You have learned a job-exclusive skill. You have obtained bonus stats. You have obtained the title The One Who Overcame Adversary. A title give to those who overcame adversary heroically. Your stats increase proportionally to your missing health. 1% stat increase every 1% HP missing. Wow, I have been promoted to a Shadow Monarch. Izuku said to the wide-eye Rumi, I can hear some sort of scream. 2. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. So this is the necromancy ability. A necromancer is a commander-type job. Please select your command phrase for shadow extraction. A command phrase arise. The last word sent shivers down the rabbit harrow's back as she saw from the dead corpse's shadows come out. 15 black shadows with a blue light coming from its eyes, with fog coming from them. This is pretty cool. Rumi still had her eyes widened. 5 skill. Shadow extraction LV. 1 job-specific skill. No mana required. A shadow soldier is created from a body without life by taking out its mana. The chance of failure increases the higher the target stats are, and the more time passed since the target's death. Shadows able to be extracted. 50-51 skill. Save shadow LV. 1 job-specific skill. No mana required. You absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Saved soldiers can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever the animator desires. Saved shadows. 0/40? Does it mean I can turn all the dead guys into summonable beings? Then Izuku looked at 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. 44 infantry rank, normal, and 6 magicians rank, elite. I can only save 40 of you. Izuku said somberly. If you want to use shadow extraction again, you must send 1 or more shadow soldiers to the world of nothingness through extraction cancel. I am sorry, even though I have called upon you guys. Izuku gently punched with the side of his fist onto one of the infantry units' chest. Cancel extraction on 11 infantry units. You cannot recall shadow soldiers that have been sent to nothingness. With a sad face but determined 1-2, he walked up to 𝗧𝗍. Build Red Commander 𝗧𝗍. If I have this guy as my soldier, arise. Some shadows started to leak out. A massive explosion of shadows happened, nearly knocking Izuku on his butt. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining. This guy has been dead for over 4 hours and even so has nearly killed me, so his skills are high enough. Taking a sigh and reaching his hand out. 𝗧𝗍, I know you can hear me. Stop protecting the seat of someone who has already left and try protecting me, who is in front of you. Arise. 1A shadow started to come out, with a hand coming out slowly which Izuku grabbed, pulling 𝗧𝗍 out. Builded 𝗧𝗍. Nope, that's too edgy. I will call you 𝗧𝗍. When you have upgraded the shadow level will be 7 shadows higher than rank knight can be named. You are now named 𝗧𝗍. The shadow who is taller than Izuku with blue shadows coming from his eyes and some red tint coming out of his flowing red hair. 𝗧𝗍 LV. 7 rank. Knight. Then the now named 𝗧𝗍 bowed down with the rest of the infantry and the mages. Izuku and Rumi started to wonder what is going on. Izuku asked, can you speak 𝗧𝗍? With a shake of his head, the Shadow Monarch understood. Hopefully when you will level up you can talk. Then 𝗧𝗍 pointed to the throne. Blinking, Izuku asked, do you want me to go to the throne? With a nod, Izuku went to the throne and looking at 𝗧𝗍 where he gave a nod, Izuku sat. The way Izuku sat screamed monarchy, the top of the top. Even Rumi was having a hard time of not bowing down. But the sight of Izuku sitting on the throne and his army of 40 was a sight to see could make anyone bow down. Izuku then spoke, "Please take care of me. You have completed a secret quest. Throne of the monarch, the seat of the previous 𝗵𝘃𝗲 of Igris was here. You are the commander of your forces and your forces are the ones protecting you. You have received quest rewards. Accept/refuse. Accept. Why not?" he said whilst crossing one leg over the other and having a light smirk on his face. "For you have received the rewards for the secret quest reward 1. All of your current army leveled up by 1 level reward 2. You received 5 additional points reward 3. Your MP increased by 100. While that is pretty good, collect all rewards." Izuku mused to himself. Standing up, he commanded all shadows to go into his shadow and walked up to Rumi. "I think we did our job in this gate." "Yeah, now you have your job." Using her pointer finger onto Izuku's chest, "Now how to get out of here, mister?" Chuckling, "We should exit in a couple of seconds, my lady." Now they both were laughing. As Izuku said, the gate disappeared a couple of seconds later. "Anyways, here is my number." He wrote it down on a piece of paper, then handing it to her. "Text me when our dinner will be and if you want to go to another gate." She checked her phone, her eyes widened. "It is past 5 a.m. now. I have to patrol in 2 hours. I will text you though. Have fun patrolling." Rumi surprised herself and Izuku when she hugged him and then kicked off with her red face. Women are weird. Though he wondered where he could hear face slapping from. 3 status name, Izuku Midoriya job, Shadow Monarch title, Zombie Slayer plus 1 level, 51 fatigue, 0 HP, 12440 MP, 1655, strength, 137 agility, 102 sense, 91 vitality, 137 intelligence, 117, remaining points, 15 physical damage reduction, 11% plus 32% physical pain nullification, 16% skills. Passive, unknown max muscularity LV, 1 advanced dagger arts LV, 2 advanced spear arts LV, 1 active, sprint LV, 2 bloodlust LV, 1 fireball LV, 1 vital strike LV, 2 stealth LV, 1 dominators. Touch LV, 1 spear throw LV, 1 job specific, shadow extraction LV, 1 and 40/50th save shadow LV, 1 and 40/40th shadow army 33 knights LV, 2 normal 6 magicians LV, 2 elite Igris LV, 8 night. I got a couple of messages when I arrived home from 3 different people, one from an unknown which was later turned into Bun Bun, another from my childhood friend Kaken, and lastly from Dad. But firstly, I had to deal with the one person who is at my house currently. Katsumi Bakugo aka Kaken. When I walked into my house, my sense told me someone was there, so when someone who was Katsumi was there I was slightly surprised. I was too tired to care, although I rose my brow hearing what she spoke during her sleep, so I just messaged her I came in and sleeping currently. So I woke up 5 hours later to someone poking me. Apparently my shadow army decided it was safe and didn't interfere, so I was kinda glad. The one poking me was Katsumi Bakugo. "So why are you poking me?" With a little surprise she spoke. "You were not waking up. Where were you last night?" "I was with a friend out most of the night." "Why do you want to know?" I asked her with a flat tone. Like I need to know. I sighed at that and decided to get changed. Like usual, I was only sleeping in my underwear, so apparently Katsumi saw and with a red face shouted, "When the F did you get so good looking?" Then she shut her mouth and corrected, "Ahem, when did you get the muscles?" Quirking my eyebrow, I looked down at her due to once again a massive height difference. Once again, why are you asking? Didn't you tell me to jump off a roof? I had to egg her on, trying to solve the mystery of one Katsumi Bakugo. Guilt was written all over her face, with some tears trying to get out. "I am sorry, I just didn't want you to get hurt being a hero, so I tried to discourage it from you. I was stupid, I am sorry. I know I don't deserve your forgiving dash." She was shut by myself hugging her. 6. You talk top much, but I did figure it out. This was a shocker to her, ignoring how her face was on his chest and she could feel and see the dense muscles in front of her. She could only croak out, "How?" Chuckling I replied, "In your sleep, you were muttering of how you are sorry and wanting me to be your husband. Although I did have a sweat drop towards the end. What? I did not say that. She protested. That was a fruitless effort though, seeing her atomic red face. I may not forgive you right now, but we can start over by becoming friends again. What do you say, Katsumi? She was stunned, then spoke once again. Please call me Kaken again. Sure, but please don't call me Deku. I don't think I am a Deku anymore, and I want to leave that in the past. She nodded. I am sorry for that. I couldn't spell properly when I was younger and I thought Deku was a cool nickname. But I am still calling you nerd. Patting her on the head. Don't worry, now we have to eat breakfast, then I am going to exercise, and to be honest I think nerd fits better than Deku, don't you think? Nodding her head, see and I join. She asked while still being in the hug given to her by her crush. Sure. 2. Breakfast table. They were eating breakfast and Katsumi asked me a question. What is your quirk? There was a rumor started by the teachers that you awakened your quirk. Even though she knew the portal creation thing, she had to ask as it was a discussion in her school about it. I chalked on my food, but answered nevertheless, I won't tell you it full as I even don't know what it is. But it is similar to an RPG quirk, with some extra boons. Please don't tell anyone though, this is my trust in you. I will show you more but not today. What was the portal you used yesterday? Now I chalked on my food again. With the quirk of my eyebrow, there was a question that she was trying to deny. I wanted to speak to you yesterday, but then I followed you to the park and saw you enter a portal with 𝗵𝘃𝗃 jumping in. Fine, after the daily exercises I get a mystery box. In those boxes I can get anything from a pen to a key. It is a key that opens those portals up where I improve my skills and level up. Can you take me to one? Sure, but I don't have any keys at the moment. Which was a lie. I had one to the Heaven's Castle, but I was waiting to improve my stats and have more space in my shadow army, and Katsumi was not ready for it, although Rumi could be ready with more training. After we ate our breakfast and tidied up the place, I asked, wasn't Auntie worried about you? And nope. Yep, that's Kaken. I went on my phone and told Kaken something. I need to call Dad, he called me last night. With a nod I went to my room and called him. It took a couple of seconds but it connected. Hey, Dad. Hey Izu, how are you? He said with a gruff but friendly voice over the phone. No doubt he is taking a break from his night shift in USA. I am good, sorry I couldn't answer my phone yesterday. Don't worry, I just wanted to inform you that the company I am working for will be having a HQ in Japan and I will be the top manager here. So we can be seen more. That is great Dad, I cannot wait. How is your time after the coma treating you? It is going great, I unlocked my quirk after waking up so it is even great. That is good to know, your chances at UA will increase too. By the way, why is your voice deeper? Did you go through PBR? One I became a little frantic and replied, kinda yeah, anyways Dad. It was nice talking to you again. I hope we can spend some time when you arrive here, as I did grow during this time too. Sure kiddo, I will be there in around summertime. See you Izu. Bye Dad. With that I hanged up. I quickly messaged Rumi back. She told me that this is her number and I asked how she is feeling after that night. Walking to find Kaken on the sofa lying down with her legs dangling from the side of it. She smiled and asked, ready? Smirking I replied, just keep up with me. Bet. Some time later, she barely could, the running was fine but when we were doing exercises such as push-ups, sit-ups and whatnot she couldn't keep up with my speed. Is little Kaken not able to keep up with me? Hissing she replied, don't look down on me, this was my opportunity. Previously Kaken and I were the same height but now I am taller than her by a margin, but I am looking down at you, look how short you are, I smirked. One day I will kill you Izuku. We will see. Let's get a drink. Seeing as she was tired, I walked towards a vending machine and got 2 waters out. Giving one to her she nodded in thanks and drank. Thanks nerd. Sure. I was stretching get my muscles loosen up after the exercise. I was wearing green shorts with black leggings under it, with a black shirt that kind of showed of my muscles. I still don't get why a lot of women were looking at me then looked away, but then again Kaken was probably scaring them off trying to explode them for some reason. Walking in front of Kaken by 2 meters, I continued to stretch whilst she was looking. I then saw the hero from last night. I waved at her. She somehow noticed and jumped towards me with a lazy Luna kick which I blocked with the use of my hidden gauntlet. Sup 𝗵𝗃𝗃, why so feisty today? Imagine only getting less than an hour of sleep and then having a full day of patrolling with a lot of minor crimes. Haha, yeah, I can't imagine that yet. I offered some of my water to her, which she took happily and drank some before giving the rest to me. Nerd, is that 𝗵𝗃𝗃? The blonde had a small twitch of the eyes seeing what occurred between the two. Sure is. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 meet my friend Katsumi 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Kaken meet 𝗵𝗃𝗃. The two looked at each other with some reason they feel threatened by each other with me not knowing that tidbit of information. Nice meeting a friend of Zuku's. Likewise, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 spat out a little less than usual as she knew this was a pro hero. Why are you patrolling here? I thought you patrol in a different city. I asked innocently. Oh, that, I can patrol anywhere as I don't have a set location such as in 𝗬𝗲𝗏 or Hawks. Nodding at that. So what have you been up to? Nothing, just doing my daily exercise and Kaken decided to join me. For some reason, Katsumi was giving a death glare at 𝗵𝗃𝗃 who was doing the same. Girls, am I interrupting something? This got them out of their funk. Nope, /teeth, that's what they said. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 then asked, when are you free? Tomorrow. She nodded. That a date then? This caused me to splatter out words with Kaken doing the same date. Duh, I told you yesterday we are going out for dinner. I just sighed but nodded. Fine, message me the details. She gave a nod and a victorious smirk at 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Then Kaken spoke up in this conversation. Anyways, me and Izuku are going. See you never 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. With that the ash blonde pulled me away similar to the cat policeman. I gave a wave to 𝗵𝗃𝗃 who waved back and continued her patrol. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 on the other hand was sprouting out ways to kill the bunny and how she can cook the rabbit up. Then there was me chuckling good-naturedly while still being pulled. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 household. I took Katsumi back to her house after we finished our exercise. I guess I will see you at you then Kaken. Don't die nerd and call me when you are going to one of those. I will see when I will get another one. With Katsumi hugging me, causing me to become a little surprised. She then left to her house and I took off at a jogging speed home. With Katsumi third POV, when she entered her house, her parents were in front of her. Mitsuki and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 both of them in their late 30s, but Mitsuki could be said to be in her mid-20s due to her quirk. So young lady, where were you last night? 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃, none of your 𝗬𝗏𝗏 business, old hag. Masaru then asked, interrupting the bickering between the two women he loved. So with Izuku, this caused her to freeze up, and what? So when are we expecting grandbabies? A blush appeared on her face with some explosions coming off her hands. Not for a while, I also have competition. Don't tell me Izuku is still dense, but seeing how he changed after his coma, no wonders more women want him. This caused her eyes to widen. More women. Kill all women, kill 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. With that she left to her room. For when the daughter of the two left, Masaru asked, did she mention 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃? The rabbit hero. Do you think her competition is 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃? They said at the same time. They nodded as a response, as they do want to see Izuku as their son-in-law. Izuku next day date. Izuku was worried. He had a date and Rumi said to dress more formally. He used the system to buy his outfit as he too lazy to go out and buy one himself, even though he discovered he could exchange gold to yen and vice versa. The exchange rate was 1 to 500 yen. So the dagger that costed him 2,800,000 G is actually 1,400,000,000 yen or 1 billion yen. He could be a millionaire if he counted it in dollars or pounds. So he exchanged 2,000 gold into yen and came out with 1 million yen in case of today, knowing that he won't even need that much, but being over-prepared never hurts. He needs to think if he wants to buy a house or not, as UA will be implementing dorms, but that a thought for the future. The clothes he gotten were black trousers with a gray shirt, which is rolled up showing his forearms. He bought a blazer and a tie just in case, but he left it be in his inventory. He even asked Idris about his opinion, but he nodded and gave thumbs up. He looked proud for some reason. Oh well. Izuku did leave towards the barber's to get his hair cut. The sides were gone, which were black in color, and the top of head was a messy but good-looking type of hair with green tips. It looks like his hair is on green fire. Our protagonist will meet her in front of her house, so he bought some flowers and a small gift. After another hour of riding the train to her place, he was receiving a lot of looks, especially from the female populace. He heard whispers of people saying that he will be going on a date and so on. Shaking his head, he arrived at Rumi's house and knocked on the door. When the door opened, his mouth nearly dropped. "You look stunning, Rumi." She did. Her hair was tied in a bun, a black dress that reached her knees with an opening for her tail. It has a slit on the right thigh for more skin exposure. "You look pretty good yourself, Izuku." Izuku smiled at her and gave the present and the flowers to Rumi. She thanked him and invited him inside quickly. She opened the present and started to laugh. "You seriously gotten me a golden carrot?" Izuku started to laugh too. "Well, don't you like carrots? And a gold one should give you a boost too. Don't you know Minecraft's golden carrot?" Then both of them started to laugh. "Geez, this is gold." She laughed at her own pun, which Izuku too joined in. After calming down, "There's a restaurant I want to go in, but you need at least 2 people to enter and formal wear." "Ah, that is interesting. We walking or by car or train?" "It is pretty close, a 10-minute walk." With both of them smiling, walking out with Rumi locking the door. Whilst they were walking, they linked arms and began to talk like they haven't seen each other for ages. Neither paid attention to the crowd that was watching them and taking pictures whilst they talked. Reaching the restaurant, it was a high-end place that served sushi and other seafood dishes. They continued to talk, before ordering, after ordering, before eating and after eating. It was like they could never finish a conversation. During eating, the atmosphere didn't feel awkward but felt natural to them, as if they were doing it for 1,000th time. Rumi was having a blast. Not only didn't she have to rub her nose but openly breathed in Izuku's scent. Neither of them ordered alcohol. Firstly, Izuku was 16, with Rumi being a responsible hero and had patrol tomorrow morning. After their dinner, Izuku took Rumi to one of his favorite places in town. It was a 20-minute walk, but when they got onto a hill, Izuku produced a blanket and they both sat down whilst watching the sunset. "It's appealing." "Yeah, it is." Rumi was leaning her head onto Izuku's shoulder whilst he was leaning his head onto Rumi's head. Jumping in the near-death zone was worth it. This caused Izuku to chuckle. I think it was, after the sun was set, Izuku took her back to her house. At the house of the pro hero, Miruko kissed him on the cheek and whispered, "I hope we can do it again." Smiling back and giving her a hug, "Me too, Rumi." He waited until she closed the door and began to walk to the train station. The shadows apparently were congratulating Izuku by clapping for some reason. He was pretty happy about how it turned out. The next day, Miruko was on the news with an apparent boyfriend. It showed them walking, eating, laughing, and looking both amazingly. Rumi had to call Izuku the next day to call if he saw what she had seen. They both laughed at it and said that they didn't realize that people were around them. Katsumi was gritting her teeth at this. Honestly, she remembered when she was exercising with Izuku when that rabbit woman stole her man. She just had to wonder what on earth happened in the portal to make the two close, not knowing it was nearly dying multiple times. It was 17 weeks after he woke up from his coma, and just less than 8 weeks after his first official meeting with Rumi. During the 8 weeks, Izuku was doing nothing much but spar with Miruko and occasionally with Katsumi. Going on a date each week with Rumi and going to 2D rank gates. He did not even save the boss shadows, as it was pretty useless when a normal level Shoudao can take it on and win easily. He took both girls into the dungeon each. With Miruko was to let up some of her steam, and for Katsumi was to show how it is. He only leveled up 3 times during the 2 gates thanks to his shadows. Luckily for him, he improved his skills. Stealth was level 2 and Fireball level 2 too, but speed became level 3. But in all honesty, Stealth was the one which needed to level up most so it can be effectively used. Skill, Sprint LV. 3 active uses 35 MP to start, then uses 1 MP per minute it used. The total speed increases by 45%. Skill, Fireball LV. 2 active with the use of 50 MP. You can use fireballs to attack. It can deal a maximum of 600 HP damage. Skill, Stealth LV. 2 active. It requires 200 MP to activate and 9 MP per second to use it for a longer PRD of time. You become invisible to the naked eye with sound, smell, and presence erased. Continuing with the skill talk, Izuku bought a rune stone that can make him an all-rounder. A healing one. Yes, it was pretty weak, but leveling that up should make more dangerous injuries heal. But the problem is that he can't heal anyone without a license legally, so he has been practicing it on Rumi and himself whenever either one got injured. Skill, Healer 𝗵𝘃𝗲, active can heal small mostly wounds. As the skill's level increases more, healing major wounds to making an organ grow back is possible. The current speed is slow, 30 mana per second. 6 Rumi actually recommended him to UA, which was a surprise which he took. It was a day earlier than the normal exam, so there won't be many people, but being a participant you needed to be recommended by a high-ranking hero or from a really wealthy family such as the 𝗎𝙢𝙢𝙢𝗧. So with Miruko next to him, they walked into UA. Before the coma, Izuku would have definitely have a fanboy breakdown just being here, but now he had a smile. He and Rumi continued to talk about everything and nothing with people recognizing both of them from the media. Even though Rumi is 20 and Izuku is 16, not many people actually call her a cradle robber, as in honesty Izuku looked like an 18-year-old. UA was a massive school with the main teaching facilities in a 4-tower interconnected building. They walked into a gym and continued talking like nothing is happening around them. Izuku checked his stats just to reassure himself, and he was happy with them. After the job change, he collected 168 additional points with the 15 he gotten during the Gate 2. The different stats scores rose up and in result caused Izuku to be stronger. Although the only reason he is probably concentrating on intelligence was to increase him MP as it is low. He thanked the gods that he received 600 MP, as adding 1 point to int gave him 5 MP. The reason behind it is when a shadow gets hit or destroyed they don't die but regenerate, and his mana is used to heal them up, though the necklace from St. Peter was useful. The save shadow and extraction increase randomly as he has noted during the weeks, which was confusing for Izuku. Now for the foreseeable future, his goal is to increase the levels of his skills, which increase mainly during gates. Status name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, the one who overcame adversary. +1 level, 54 fatigue, 0 HP, 13500 MP, 2215, strength, 155 agility, 130 sense, 120 vitality, 160 intelligence, 217 remaining points, 0 physical damage reduction, 12% plus 32% physical pain nullification, 17% for skills. Passive, unknown max muscularity 𝗵𝘃𝗲, 1 advanced dagger arts 𝗵𝘃, 2 advanced spear arts 𝗵𝘃, 1 active, sprint 𝗵𝘃, 3 bloodlust 𝗵𝘃, 1 fireball 𝗵𝘃, 2 vital strike 𝗵𝘃, 2 stealth 𝗵𝘃, 2 dominator's touch 𝗵𝘃, 1 spear throw 𝗵𝘃, 1 healer 𝗵𝘃, 1 job specific, shadow extraction 𝗵𝘃, 1 and 40/85 save shadow 𝗵𝘃, 1 and 40/65 5. He looked around and saw a lot of recommended students, including himself only 30. The people they came with are people like Endeavor, who was eyeing him for some reason. There were a couple of Hurios in the top 50 and some influential families too. There was one strong signature that Izuku sensed, and high B-rank aura was coming from a bold-haired teen. Then all became quiet. A mouse thingy that walks on his hind legs came out. It was 𝗍𝗓, the headmaster of the school. Hello everyone, am I a dog? A mouse? I am 𝗍𝗓 and welcome to the recommendation exam. This exam will be split in 3 portions, a written, practical and an interview. So please can the recommended students walk through to the next area. Miruko then looked to Izuku and spoke so only he or people with enhanced hearing could hear. Don't F the interview up, I know how blunt you can be with people you don't know. Fine, I will try not to mess the interview up. 6 With a slightly louder tone she spoke with a smile. Good luck though, even though you don't need it. Thanks 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Izuku smiled lovingly with him turning and walking forward with the rest, ignoring the other people looking at the duo, only thinking, why only the interview portion? Written exam. The examiner was ectoplasm. With his clones he said, you have an hour to finish this exam. After you finish the exam please stay in your seat and turn the paper over. It will be collected after the exam, and if you have any questions, please raise your hand up. With a nod they got the exams. When the hour started, he got a notification. 60 minutes 0 seconds 59 minutes 59 seconds 1. The first question was some history about pre-quirk Japan. It continued on with some geography, English, maths, and some quirk and hero-related questions. He took 45 minutes. He looked around and saw some students stressed as they didn't even finish half of the book. Izuku theorized it was to help people with intelligence quirks or even time management. 0 minutes 0 seconds. This was when the exam finished. Apparently only him and a female student finished the exam in time. The other 28 students were either complaining that they didn't finish the exam, which he could hear complain. The next teacher 𝗵𝘃𝗃 came and took the students for the next part, while some teachers began marking the exam. Practical exam, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 shouted/said, "Okay, little listeners. For this part of the exam you will be subjected to a race. The race will have obstacles, so be careful everyone. There will be 6 races in total with 5 participants each. The only rules are that you cannot go out of bound and don't hurt or interfere with any other students." The first 5 names were shouted, so they started to begin the race. A bold student came up to Izuku and introduced himself with a 180 bow. "My name is 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Who might you be?" he stated with an exuberant tone. 2. With a smile, "Let me heal you up first." Using healer, Izuku healed 𝗵𝗃𝗧 in 3 seconds. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, 𝗵𝗃𝗧. Do you have a healing quirk?" This made a lot of people glance at him with the corner of their eye. "It is a part of my quirk, but no. My quirk is something else," Izuku said. Then the next 5 people went and began their race. "I see. Are you ready for the obstacle course?" Still with the exuberant tone, 𝗵𝗃𝗧 asked. "Definitely. I am guessing you are prepared too." "My quirk is perfect for this race." "That is good." Before the coma, Izuku would have been nerding out with the opportunity of seeing a new quirk, but now thanks to his gamer's mind, he doesn't mumble and doesn't nerd out. The next 5 participants went off, while the 10 that were on one side panting. The 2 boys stood in comfortable silence when Izuku spoke in a questioning tone, even if it wasn't structured as a question. "The girl with the black ponytail has some sort of creation quirk. She is probably using her fat cells as energy or the atoms needed to create skates or the spring boots." The taller boy, who was only 10 centimeters taller than Izuku, who had reached 180 in height, blinked dumbly. "How did you figure it out so quickly?" "I like to analyze quirks and breaking them down to the basic components. So it is easier analyzing after some time of practicing." Then the next 5 went. "We are in the next 2 races." 𝗵𝗃𝗧 replied with a nod. It was only a couple of minutes later when Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗧 were called. The 3 other participants were Shoto Todoroki, a purple-hair girl that looks cockily with the same smile, and a boy with straight black hair. Parting in the middle like the Red Sea. 5W/N. A god in ancient Egyptian mythology saved the Israelites from their enemy by splitting the Red Sea. 7. They were stretching, getting ready for the bang. After 10 seconds the bang began. Izuku used sprint whilst 𝗵𝗃𝗧 used a wind tornado. The first obstacle was a large jump where one needs to jump or get across, but the difference was 4 meters from each side. Izuku jumped easily and continued to his next obstacle. The next one was a monkey bar kind of obstacle with softball being shot from cannons. Izuku pulled upwards on top of the bars and started sprinting again. Continuing on, the next obstacle was a 8-meter wall. Midoriya smirked a little and used fireball, smashing the wall, allowing him to get through. There was only 100 m to the finish line, and he used sprint once again to gain the final result of 37 seconds. The next one was 𝗵𝗃𝗧 with the speed of 1 minute and 59 seconds. Todoroki came in third with 2 minutes on the dot. Fourthly, the boy with the split hair with the speed of 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Lastly, the cocky-looking girl got 4 minutes and 24 seconds, and now she didn't wear her cocky smile. 4. Izuku lost around 150 MP, which he was happy about, and it being regenerated by High Magician's Ring. With Miruko during the written exam, she was having some water and munching on those golden carrots Izuku gave her. Honestly, they were the best carrots out there, and oh, she loved the taste. If she could, she would marry Izuku right now, but she needs to ask him out as she can clearly see Izuku is developing feelings but is still dense. She was enjoying her thoughts of the time spent with Izuku and was hoping for going to a high gate with him at one point. Though her thoughts were broken by 𝗵𝗃𝗏. Miruko, you are the only top 10 hero here except me. Ah, it's the number 2, how are you? The so-called number 2 grunted, who is your brat? Frowning at the wording of Enji Todoroki, I met him a couple of months ago and we kept in contact. We even spared, and trust me, his punches are something else, though with the other parts with his quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗏, who is yours? She stopped not to tell him more of her crush's quirk. Heck, if she reveals that he can give anyone rune stones, villains, heroes and the HSPC will all over him. Rumi is still lucky to have the ability to use Dominator's touch, but she uses it in dungeons. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 raised an eyebrow when he heard other parts of his quirk, but then mind gone to his, he is my greatest creation, Shoto. He has both parts of mine and his mother's quirks. He will beat your brat. We will see. After the race, we can see Miruko laughing her butt off with the look 𝗵𝗃𝗏 was giving. What did you say? He will beat your brat. Wow, that was the best joke in this exam. Eyebrow twitching, what is the quirk of the Midoriya kid? Oh, now you want to know. What? He used some kind of fire and his speed is pretty good. Smirking, she answered, I won't tell you, Mr. Number 2. Even in his quirk registry, it is a vague answer but not the truth. Shouldn't the registry have the full knowledge of a quirk? 𝗵𝗃𝗏 asked, bewildered. Not really, they only want a basic name. If it isn't a lie, it's acceptable. Just look at All Might's one. It says Strength Enhancer, but look at his speed and near invulnerability. His quirk isn't fully explained. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏. With that, the only 2 top 10 heroes stopped their conversations and waited for their recommended students to finish the interview. Whilst 𝗵𝗃𝗏 wanted to know more, possibly his failure of Shoto's twin can be in a marriage him. 1. Interview part of the exam. Can I have Izuku Midoriya? A scruffy man asked with a gray scarf on him. 1. Good luck, Izuku. Inasa said. Thanks, Inasa. Good luck to you too, and hopefully see you in UA. Izuku said and received a nod from Inasa. Going in the room, Izuku could see 3 people. 𝗍𝗫 the headmaster, Midnight who licked her lips, and Eraserhead who is nearly asleep. Good evening, 𝗍𝗫, Midnight and Eraserhead. Izuku greeted with a bow. This caused 2 of the 3 have their eyes slightly widened, with the last one, 𝗍𝗫, having a small smile, and with that he started. Good evening to you too, Midoriya. Before we start, how do you recognize Eraserhead? Before my quirk awakened after the coma, I was interested in heroes who fight practically quirkless, such as Eraserhead. I didn't have a lot of information, but I can guess the basic appearance of an underground hero, and he is one of the most famous underground heroes to boot. Receiving a nod, Midnight continued, on your papers, your quirk is called adaptation, but we could see different things during the race. Why is that? It is true, I can adapt myself for better situation. But the person did the exam said I have another aspect to my quirk. If I revealed my true quirk, I would be placing myself and my close ones in danger, as I would be a target for villains, power-hungry heroes and HPSC. Izuku explained with a straight face. Their eyes widened, one with excitement. Aizawa spoke up, will you tell us? It depends if I get accepted or not, and if 𝗍𝗫𝗏 will tell the HSPC. One 𝗍𝗫𝗏 then answered, I am actually plotting against the HPSC. But please continue with why would the HPSC be interested in you? Sighing, you know the HPSC have their own heroes, right? Receiving a nod from their heads, majority of those heroes were trained by them by BRs such as Hawks. I have met Lady Nagant before she was arrested, and there was something off about her. I did some digging on her and found out that she was used to kill heroes who make the balance break. Why do you think there are not many heroes with powerful quirks such as All Might or even 𝗵𝗃𝗏s? This left the trio hanging, although one had a theory. That is sadly true. 𝗍𝗫𝗏 stated caused Namuri's eyes to widen, with Aizawa to have his eyes minimally open. I am curious though, how did you find that out? When a quirkless child is bored, they learn other skills to help their chances of becoming a hero. Smirking, that is fascinating. Why do you want to become a hero? At the beginning I wanted to be like All Might, throwing a smile in the face of danger and saving the people with that said smile. Now after I saw the real world, I want to protect my loved ones but also the society, as we know All Might is losing his time due to the injury. A light smirk appeared with Izuku crossing his leg over the other. Midnight and Eraserhead stood up, and with the later one asked, "How do you know?" Chuckling, "There was a sludge villain attack around 10 months ago." They nodded, their heads remembering the news. All Might saved me before, and my stupid quirkless self had to jump on his legs when he was jumping to ask him, "Can I become a hero without a quirk?" This got all three to listen in closely. He said no. That was after he transformed into the small might form, as I like to call it, and showed me his injury. Apparently, there was someone stronger than him 5 years ago who made that injury. The only people who could have a chance to do that are Star and Stripe, but she is a hero and a massive All Might fan. Vladimir from Russia, but he was in his own country during that year and he is a hero. There are some other heroes that could do that, but it was probably a villain. Only one person comes in mind. Nizu's mind froze, whilst the other two listened to his every word. There was a rumor of a man who can steal and give quirks, who was born over 200 years ago. With that I made a theory that man stole a lot of quirks at the beginning of the quirked society, and there must have been someone with a quirk such as longevity, and with a couple enhancement quirks he could still live today. He continues gaining quirks even if All Might apparently killed him. Izuku was too curious. "How did you find out?" "Remember when I said I was bored?" "Yeah, with some digging, I used the dark web and tried to figure who that man was. But the amount of people who still are scared of the dark overlord of the underground is one reason why we are still fairly peaceful, meaning he is still alive." Nizu then continued, "The Yakuza especially are hiding with other villain groups as if they show too much. That man's underlings may come to the group and take the people with useful quirks. This won't be reported as the heroes will arrest them. I just realized that what you are saying may be true." Nomuri and Izuku froze. The injury in All Might, the F symbol of peace, injured by that monster. "Nizu, what can we do? If that man can injure All Might, then what can we do?" One instead of Nizu, as they expected, Izuku spoke up, using his intelligence to the fullest. "There are multiple ways actually. Firstly, people with non-touch erasure quirks such as Eraserhead will cancel the quirks of that man, allowing people with physical enhancements or power-type mutants to deal with him and having long-range emitters around to shoot. Secondly, if you cannot subdue him, then killing would be necessary. Lady Nagant would be perfect, as her distance of a kilometer or 2 would be useful, as she won't be detected too. If you are worried about students, train your students with different type of quirks against them, from single combat to group combat, but with interschool training to make it more exciting and random. For the school, have better school defenses if something like an attack occurs, keeping in mind different ways of transportation." "Couldn't have said it better myself," Nizu praised. "I will give you an opportunity, Izuku." "I am listening," Izuku said, leaning forward. The three can finally see his aura. As the 16-year-old was being serious, they could feel the aura oozing out of the young man. He was definitely on an S-rank hero level, and he didn't show all of his cards. "I want you to be my personal apprentice." 3. This caused the other participants to blink in stupor. "Why though?" That was the question from Izuku. "Your skills even when quirkless would be definitely useful as a hero, but even now with a quirk you are not arrogant and give perfect explanations. Your analytical mind is top-notch, analyzing Momo Yaoyorozu quirk in a second, and even now when Izuku asked the question, your strategy planning was logical and possible." "Thank you, sir. But what will I get out of it if I accept? I heard rumors that your intelligence is really high, but even so, if I get accepted, why would I choose to study with you than have normal classes?" Izuku countered. "That is a fair point. As you are aware, we are going to have dorms this academic year. You will continue your lessons with your class, but you will learn other skills with me. Hacking, analysis, leadership, and how to deal with officials, as with your aura alone states you are powerful, so you will be probably talking with people such as the chairwoman of the HPSC or high political powers that can ruin one sadly." That is a fair counter-argument. Especially with talking to people, as currently I can easily offend someone without knowing. That is why Miruko said good luck with the interview. However, even so, what will be your gain in all of this, as this is not an everyday opportunity? This shocked the two pro heroes to the side of Nizu. Not only Izuku was arguing with 𝗍𝗂 peacefully but also isn't afraid to say his mind. That was probably why he mentioned offend people easily. Simple. You are not afraid to say your mind and opinion. You can see the black, white and gray area of heroics, and conversing with you has been enlightening. Additionally, having someone to fill in my shoes when a time comes when I am not available is a reassurance. How about we talk in private, as I want to show you more of my abilities. I will show them to my teacher eventually. Izuku offered. Perfect. Midnight, Eraserhead, please can you get Hound Dog and continue the interview without me? With that, the two left with 𝗍𝗂 standing on Izuku's shoulder to a separate room. Did they just leave us? Nomuri asked. The better question is, why did 𝗍𝗂 decide on an apprentice? Aizawa countered. 1. With the mouse god and soon-to-be god, 28 they went to the headmaster's office where they sat on the opposite sides on the sofas. 𝗍𝗂 offered. Yes please, I will message 𝗵𝘃𝗀 quickly that it will take a while. 𝗍𝗂 agreed and Izuku messaged 𝗵𝘃𝗀 that he is speaking to 𝗍𝗂. She replied that she will wait anyways. Taking a sip of the tea, Izuku replied, Ah, delicious. Would you want cheese? 𝗍𝗂 offered. Izuku smirked but said, What is your favorite cheese? This confused 𝗍𝗂. It is gorgonzola picante. Why? Going to his shop option, he bought said cheese. There you are, gorgonzola picante. And handed 5 kilograms of that cheese to 𝗍𝗂, who had sparkles in his eyes. Is part of your quirk and space-time inventory system? Yes, but firstly, is the room silence proof? 1. It is. Also there are no cameras, only sensors due to some meetings that happen here. Good, that part is the shop option. Anyways, at first I thought my quirk was an RPG quirk like in the games where you play. I then figured out that I can receive keys to dungeons where I kill the monsters and level up. This caused widening of 𝗍𝗂's eyes. Then he caught something. What is it now? I recently had a job change quest. I was in a dungeon where 𝗵𝘃𝗀 followed me due to her interest in me. I received my job there, which was Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch? 𝗍𝗂 asked, confused. Let me show you. Come forth. Then behind him Igris, 3 mages and 10 knights came out, spooking 𝗍𝗂 out. After I kill the monster, I can turn them into my shadow soldier. I haven't been in any high-ranking bar 2, and only on my second one I gained the job. This isn't my full army, but it is some of them. Oh, so interesting. How strong are they? The knights alone are C rank, the magicians are B rank but are used as long-range support or support. Igris is my highest so far. He is an A rank. The dangerous thing is that they can even beat an S rank if I give them the mana required to regenerate. Izuku then said to them, Thanks for showing up, guys. I will call you when I need you. With a bow from each of them, they returned to Izuku's shadow. What is the mana you speak of? It is a form of energy that I have. It also powers up my skills such as Fireball and the healing skill I recently got. I have one skill that is a form of telekinesis that doesn't require mana too. Earlier you mentioned that the villains, power-hungry heroes and the HPSC will want you. Why? Simple. Remember when I told you I have a shop option? Getting a nod. I can buy runestones or simply put, quirks which some do require mana but some don't. This caused 𝗍𝗂 to drop. Luckily Izuku used Dominator's touch to levitate it and put it on the table. What skills do you have? And I am sure not all skills were gained by the shop. That is correct, 𝗍𝗂. I have 14 skills. 4 of them are passive, 8 of them are active-based ones, and 2 of them are job-specific. The 2 job-specific is Shadow Extraction and Shadow Storage, which is pretty self-explanatory. I got them when I received my job. The 4 passives are Muscularity, which helps me with when my health level is too low, Advanced Dagger and Spear Arts, which helps me with the use of daggers and spears, lastly the Unknown one, which I still have no idea of how I got. The 2 arts were created because I used daggers and spears as my main weapon, and Muscularity was born by an accident. The active-based ones, Sprint, Vital Strike and Spear Throw, were the ones I learnt naturally. The explanations are self-explanatory. I bought Stealth, Healer and Fireball. From some gates or quests I received Bloodlust and Dominator's Touch. All of them are self-explanatory, with Dominator's Touch being telekinesis. When I max a skill it can upgrade to a better skill or when two similar merge with one to make a better one. Fascinating, completely fascinating, and you said you only have the quirk for only 4 months. Giving a nod, 𝗍𝗂 continued, I can see why you would want to be kidnapped or used by some parties. Don't worry, my mouth will be closed with you buying skills. I do want to know, would you be able to heal all might? If I upgrade my healing skill, I can only use it for scrapes, cuts and first-degree burns. If I level up, I can recreate organs and missing body parts, or so the description says. Do you want to be trained by Recovery Girl? It will surely improve your skill level. I would love that. When I get situated in my dorm, I will meet her. That is great, I will mention you to her. Also wait a week for the formal paperwork to be sent to you, otherwise you are in. As for being my apprentice, we will have a couple of hours after school per week as you will be living in the dorms. Thank you 𝗍𝗂, see you soon. With a bow, he left to meet 𝗵𝗃𝗃. I am glad that the child didn't take the path of villainy. Being quirkless in this society is very hard. 𝗍𝗂 thought internally. 1. With 𝗵𝗃𝗃, she was told that Izuku will have a talk with 𝗍𝗂, and it is taking over an hour. When she sees him waving at her, she runs up to him and tries to double kick his stomach. He dodges and says, Sorry 𝗵𝗃𝗃 that I took so long, let's get something to eat and I will explain everything. 𝗍𝗃, fine but you are paying. So after an explanation, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was there dumbfounded. So let me get it straight, 𝗍𝗂 made you his apprentice and you told him about your own quirk. Yes, only you and him know about it. Congrats on going to UA though. When workplaces come during UA, you are interning with me. Sure thing. Izuku said with a smile. I have to be patrolling the north side of Japan for a while so I will come back just before the sports festival. Rumi informed. Have fun, but text me or call me whenever you want, okay? With a small smile of pure happiness she replied, Sure thing Izuku. Izuku walked her home and this time kissed Rumi's cheek. This caused her to internally jump and in real world they said their goodbyes. 1. Jeju Island midday. 9A portal opens with one ant with wings coming out. It looked around and then entered the portal once again which then closes. It was a week later when Izuku got the official letter of UA. Only he, Inesa, Momo Yaoyorozu and Setsuna Tokage got through recommendations. Sadly, Inesa was in Class B with Setsuna whilst he and Momo were in Class A. He also got a message from Rumi telling him that 𝗫𝗏𝗏 was on a rant for a lot of the time as his son didn't get recommended, although both his twins got in with the normal exam, with only the girl twin got into 1A. It was a week after getting the acceptance letter when he was allowed to come into UA dorms to live. So here he is, everything is packed into his inventory, walking towards his 1A dorms. He could hear some shouting and goes to check it out. What he saw was 𝗫𝗏𝗏 with what seems to be two of his children, Shoto and Shoko if he remembered right. He was currently shouting something about not disgracing the Todoroki name to Shoko and other things that the greenette didn't get. When Izuku saw that he was about to slap his daughter, he moved. Using spring and when directly in front of Shoko, Izuku used another skill, Bloodlust, causing the number 2 hero to stop and instinctively took a step back in fear. So this is the almighty number 2, about to hit his own daughter. Wow, you are a bigger butthole than I thought you are. Turning to Shoto, you too, you didn't even try and protect your sister. Enji was about to croak out that Shoko was a failure. Izuku used the Bloodlust again. Skill, Bloodlust leveled up from level 1 to level 2 with the use of 𝗫𝗏𝗏𝗏 can intimidate an opponent using strong energy for 1 minute, which includes the stare of fear reducing their stats by 55%. Several targets can be selected. If you are about to say something that you are the number 2 hero or something, you are just using your position to get what you want, don't you? Izuku spat out. In a calmer voice he asked, Are you okay? He received a thankful, yes, thank you. Do you have everything at the dorms? Getting another nod, Izuku introduced himself, I am in 1, Izuku Midoriya, you are. She still had some amounts of shock from what happened but replied, Shoko Todoroki. 1 want to walk together there. Receiving another nod. He then heard, you will pay for it. From the number 2 hero. Izuku used Dominator's touch to throw the hero out of UA. Now it's quieter. Izuku said. He heard chuckling from the left of him, causing him to gently smile. Shoto was left bewildered that his father was thrown out of UA. Why did you help? Shoko asked in a quiet voice. She had pure white hair with red eyes like her mother. She had gentle features but definitely womanly. She said it with such an angelic voice, someone could be mesmerized by it. Isn't it what heroes should do? Even if someone is strong, they still might need to be saved from situations. Also, I don't like endeavor. Izuku added the last bit as an afterthought. Chuckling again, thank you again, Midoriya. Just call me Izuku, I hate formalities. Then call me Shoka, then Izuku. She said it with an appealing smile that Izuku admitted not many could beat. When they reached the dorms, they saw it was a U-shaped above the ground floor which was covering the whole shape a square. They entered the building with a tall blue-haired guy came over. Hello, I am Tenya Ida. You must be Shoko Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. Hey, yes we are. How do you know? Izuku asked. You two are the last to arrive. The two made, your key is 54? The top floor on the left side Todoroki, there are two more people on your floor, Bakugo and Heian. For you Midoriya, 51. You are the only guy on the top right floor. 10, thank you, both of the new friends said. They both went to the lifts and went to the 5th floor whilst making small talk. I guess, we will speak later Shoko, knock on my door and if I am there it will be open. Thank you Izuku, see you in a bit. Shoko replied with a small blush on her face. For Izuku saw that his room was a plain square with a toilet and a shower. He knows that there is a joint bath on the 1st floor. Izuku remembered that there is only he is on the top floor. Getting in contact with Nizu was easy, so he called him. Hello, Nizu here, who is calling? Hey Nizu, it's me Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, how is the campus so far? It is pretty good, I was about to ask something. Sure thing, what can I do? I was wondering if I can rebuild the top male rooms, as it seems I am the only male on the top floor. That is true. There are 11 boys in your class with 9 girls, so if someone is exchanged then there is always the spare male room. Sure, would you need anyone to help you with the walls? No thank you sir. I will have my shadows help me. If you would want you can visit me to have some tea time later on today. That would be great. See you at 7 p.m. Izuku. With that they hanged up. It was 11 a.m. so Izuku had 8 hours to do the remodeling. Each room was 4 m width with 5 m length, including the bathroom. So in total Izuku will get 60 m squared but he will use the hallway too so that gave him an additional 15 m squared. With the help of his shadow knights with moving and rebuilding and the magicians with closing some pipes and helping magically wherever they can. With Igris helping somehow, but he couldn't do much due to his size, which Izuku gave a pat on his shoulder. Everyone in the dorms were wondering what is happening but they couldn't enter due to a sign. Please don't enter yet. It was 5 p.m. and the noises stopped. Everyone came up again and only saw one door to the male top floor. No one wanted to go in, but Katsumi being Katsumi went in and knocked on the door, shouting, Oi nerd open up. In a minute Kaken. Then after a couple of seconds Izuku opens up the door. One person then shouted, and we thought Todoroki's room was impressive. Ida being the tight person he is, you are not allowed to do remodeling for the whole floor Midoriya. 1. Geez, calm down. Nizu agreed with me so don't worry. Then he waved at everyone, hey, I am Izuku Midoriya. Do you all want to come in? He received all nods from the all others. The 75 m squared were turned into something magnificent. W/N. I am not the best at making rooms, but due to Izuku now love to the color black W/N. I am not the best at making rooms, but due to Izuku now love to the color black the first room was a large bathroom with a rain shower, it also has a large bath that can fit multiple people in. The floor was slightly elevated with black waterproof wooden panels that allows the excess water to seep through to be collected under the floor. The walls were colored black with some lights to help illuminate the windowless room. The sink, bath and the shower floor was all made up of dark gray marble. There were some plants decorating the room. Izuku decided for there to be 2 sitting rooms, with the main one being where relaxing could occur. Izuku decided for there to be 2 sitting rooms, with the main one being where relaxing could occur. The large dark L-shaped couch was facing the tinted windows that had an overview of UA. It had 2 wooden tables with a light carpet-colored carpet in between. Izuku smiled to himself about the perks of having the system shop option. He could indeed buy whatever he needs in the miscellaneous section. Izuku smiled to himself about the perks of having the system shop option. He could indeed buy whatever he needs in the miscellaneous section near the main sitting area. Was Izuku's desk that had a TV above it whilst having computer underneath it that had a meter-long screen. There was extra room for the paperwork like homework that he will be needing to do. There was extra room for the paperwork like homework that he will be needing to do. The second seating area was seen as where more private conversations would occur. The hallway was changed to have a fireplace, a 2-person couch and 3 single-person chairs surrounding a wooden circular table. Bookshelves were present there, with books ranging from heroics to medicine and to other school subjects. On the wooden table, there was a device that could prevent sound escaping from a certain radius. Finally on the very end of the room, there was a bed that seemed to be flying. Finally on the very end of the room, there was a bed that seemed to be flying. A black carpet was placed under the bed with a nightstand on one side. The wall behind it had dark rock tiles and had some LED lights hidden at the top of the tiles. The windows that were tinted stretched all along one side of the room, with there being an entrance to joined balconies that had different types of plants that included herbs and spices. "Bro, how the F did you do it?" a blonde-haired teen with a lightning bolt asked. "Hard work," he answered, but internally, "Thank you friends." His shadowy friends gave thumbs up. A lot of people deadpanned as they got the same reaction as Todoroki. "Izuku, I did the same but in a smaller scale." Their reactions are priceless now too. "Ha, sure is Shoko." They all sat around the main sitting area with some on the floor, bed or desk chair. "Do you want anything to eat?" "Pizza." With an agreement made, Izuku added, "Oh, just warning you guys, Nizu will be coming around at 7 p.m. "Wait, why?" a boy asked with red hair and spiky teeth. Izuku magically pulled out 6 pizzas, a margarita, 2 pepperoni, vegetarian, Hawaiian, and meat feast. "Anyone needs something else?" With a shake of their head, Izuku produced some Cokes, Fantas, juice, water and some cups. "Enjoy, tell me if we need more pizzas." After everyone saying thank you, I offered him some tea, so that basically it. "Oh, and I think we should introduce each other, as I bet not everyone knows everyone." With their agreement done, Izuku started. "As I mentioned, I am Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is called adaptation, but you will have to see as the name doesn't show it justice. I like training and spending time with friends." Izuku looked to the left of him. "Shoko Todoroki, quirk ice. I like cold soba and ice." A quick introduction from the daughter of Endeavor. Names: Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I can shoot out electricity. My likes are punk music and gaming. 2. Yo manly people, I'm Ejiro Kirishima. My quirk is hardening and I like manly things. A quick but manly reply. 5. Bonjour, I'm Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is naval laser. I like French cuisine and sparkly things. Good afternoon, I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is engines. I like studying, training, being punctual and not breaking rules. For this goes on with Mizo Shoji, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Ochako Uraraka, Tsuyu Azui, Mashiro Ojiro, Hanta Siro, Fumikage Tokoyami. Next, a girl with gray eyes and blonde hair was next. "Hello, I'm Heian Cha. I'm from South Korea and my quirk is sword creation. Basically, I can create a sword with different properties. I like sweet things, training and cloud watching." But internally she was happy as with her sense of smell. Most people smell bad, but for some reason Izuku smelt amazingly. 2W/N. I added Heian because this is a solo leveling story. I also found out that in Korea they use their familia name first, similar to Japan. So Cha is her family name and Heian is her given name. I think anyways, I will be using Heian Cha to not confuse those who use the opposite way. Finally, I'm Katsumi Bakugo you extras. You better remember that. My quirk is explosions. My likes are spicy food and trying to kill the nerd. People were wondering who said nerd was, so she pointed it at Izuku, who sighed in defeat. I guess that is everyone here. I hope we all get along. Izuku bowed his head. They continued to chat until it was 6:40 p.m. where everyone left except for 𝗳𝗵𝗃. Is everything all right, 𝗵𝗃? Yeah, I got a question though. With a nod she continued, why are you the only one smelling good? I mean, my nose has a mutation where I can smell people better and all of them smell foul but you smell good. She was waving at the end, trying not to be laughed at SCK in junior high. I don't know, but let's test out something. With that, Izuku increased his aura and you could clearly see 𝗵𝗃 being more relaxed. As I thought, the more aura I produce, the better you relax. He had a theory of what it was but needed to test more. This caused her eyes to widen. How did you? I don't know in all honesty, but after school tomorrow we can try and check it out and see if you can distinguish the foul smells to try and make you an even better hero. Izuku said with a small smile. Thank you. She hugged him quickly and left. Want to him nerd even more. Katsumi thought. 10:07 p.m. Izuku cleared the space and started to prepare the tea when a knock came. When he opened the door, he saw Nizu. Hey Nizu, ready for the tea? Sure. You made this floor look pretty good if I say so myself. Thank you, sir. Now with the both of them sat in front of the chimney seating area. I have bought an object that cancels sound escaping after a certain radius so we can talk freely here, and even if someone can read our lips, it will be hard to even get here or see through the windows without any of my shadows seeing. Izuku then gave Nizu the tea. This is some really good tea, and with the chimney, it is perfect. How much was the device? It was around 2 million gold. I need to get into a dungeon more to gain more gold if you want any. That would be nice, thank you. So how were your classmates? They were pretty nice. They came into my room after I was done renovating and I got them pizza and we introduced ourselves. That is good. I was worried as some of them were reportedly being bullied in their junior high and had some social issues. I realized that 𝗵𝗃, for example, has a sensitive nose and all people bar myself smell foul. Yeah. Her quirk is pretty unique. She actually came second in the normal exam. How was the entry exam? I only know that Katsumi got in first. Izuku wondered. It was interesting as you know the top two. Shoko Todoroki got third, whilst Shiozaki got fourth with Shoto Todoroki getting fourth too. Endeavor wasn't happy that his so-called perfect child wasn't first or even in the top three. I bet I made him fly out of UA as he wanted to slap his daughter this morning. He did have a slight sweat drop. The mouse sighed. Thank you for that. Sadly I cannot do anything bar banning him being close to 100 meters of the dorms. Let me guess, the 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Izuku chuckled dryly. Partly yes, but also his influence. He even reported you today, which I disagreed, and threatened him with the camera footage being leaked. A fair point, thank you for protecting me. Plus, no worries Izuku. And so they talked until 10 p.m. when Nizu was rang about the staff being worried about him. It was nice meeting you again Izuku, let us do it Aegean. We will start our lessons in 2 days' time after school, just come into my office and we will begin. I agree, have a nice night Nizu. With that Izuku went to bed, happy to spend nearly 3 hours with his sensei and his new friends. Waking up a bit earlier than the usual to do the daily exercise wasn't Izuku's type of morning. Waking up at 5 a.m. and then doing his normal routine woke him up a bit. Coming back at 6 a.m. and seeing only one person downstairs, he greeted him, Hey Tenya, how are you? Morning Izuku. It seems that you have done some exercise. Yeah, I just came back. I am going to get showered then eat some breakfast. That is good, I am now off for my morning run. Have fun. Then Izuku got into the lift for the 5th floor, entering his room and getting naked. He got under the shower. Put the additional points into sense. Izuku will admit he has been neglecting other stats for intelligence, but how could he not? A shadow soldier consumes a lot of mana when destroyed, so he needs to get to increase his mana or have an armor piece that gives intelligence points. It took Izuku 20 minutes to shower and an additional 30 to do his business and get out of the bathroom. He finally got a key, C rank, but it was still something. It had an icy look at it and promised himself he will go into this one soon as he needed to see how his shadow army operates in better environment. His uniform was a perfect fit, but he still decided not to wear a tie. Why? He can't tie it without Miruko's help. So leaving the top button undone and having his blazer in his inventory, he went downstairs to make some coffee and get some breakfast ready. It was 7 a.m. with not many people were up and about. Izuku decided to be nice, and the next person who comes downstairs can have the second part of breakfast. It was Cha. Surprisingly, morning Hain wants some breakfast. I made extra. Thanks Izuku. I need coffee first, still tired. She said with a dead voice. It is already done, add sugar or whatever you need to it. Thanks, Hain thought, husband material, causing a small blush to appear. The breakfast was what he learnt in America, a supposed English breakfast. A sausage, scrambled eggs, beans, toast, cooked tomatoes and mushroom. Sure, it did take him some time, but he had time to waste. Smells delicious. Taking a bite, her eyes flew open. Wow, tastes amazingly. Thanks Hain. But in his mind, I would prefer not to do breakfast for many people, it would be too troublesome. I need to save up for a kitchen. Then more people started coming down as their day starts at 8:30 am. What is the smell? Mina asked. I think someone made breakfast. Ojiro added. Sorry guys, I kinda forgot that I am not living alone anymore, so I will try to make more breakfast. A half-truth, Izuku wanted to see how others would react and to see how everyone operated in the morning. Don't worry about it. We can make it ourselves and not need you for us to rely on. Jiro added, though in the inside she was drooling at this. Momo was in her head too. I wish my chef was here. I need to make breakfast or ask Izuku to make me. I still need to ask him about his room. How could he have brought everything inside the dorm without anyone realizing? Uraraka was as well. Food, damn, I wished he made me breakfast too. The expensive room and massive bed, I wished to be him with those riches. Kirishima was too, but was sulking at the manly thing that Izuku said. We will be in your debt Izubro. Hain was just happily eating breakfast, happy with Izuku's cooking skills as hers was in one word he compared to her new friends. Class? It was 8:30 am when everyone was in class. People were talking to each other, Midoriya and Cha in particular, as she was sitting just behind him. Aizawa entered the room and all was quiet. Morning, I am your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa. Call me Aizawa or sensei, I don't care. Take those uniforms and change. Meet me in front of field beta. With that Izuku and the class left to change. Wow bro, you look absolutely ripped. Jiro said, thanks bro, you looking good too. Izuku replied. 6. Field, sir, are we not missing orientation? Chako asked. It is my class so my rules. At UA the teachers are allowed some freedom of how they teach their classes. We will be using your quirks on some exercises to see how you can. 2. Japan doesn't allow people with strong quirks to excel except when they apply to hero schools. Bakugo, you got first in the entrance exam. What was your furthest throw in junior high? 64 meters. She replied, throw the ball, but this time with your quirk. She smirked and yelled, die, whilst the ball was thrown. 705. 4 meters. Aizawa said. Some giggling and exciting yelps were heard, then Aizawa used his quirk to shut them out. Shut up, if you are in for shits and giggles, then the last person will be expelled. 4. And, that is not fair. From Uraraka and others. The teacher continued, villain attacks, natural disasters, quirk discrimination are not fair. There are heroes to make the world fairer so the civilians can be more at peace than being scared if a villain will be attacking. This made everyone shut up. Okay, we will begin with our first exercise. The first one was how much you can squeeze out of the machine. Izuku and Momo maxed out their machines with Izuku using his strength and Momo her quirk to make a hydraulic press. Second test was how many push-ups can you do in a minute. Everyone did at least 30 with some even doing more than 60 such as Izuku, Katsumi, Heiin and Ejiro. Third test was seated toe touch. Tsuyu absolutely destroyed everyone with her tongue. Kyoka came next with her earphone jacks. Other people such as Mina, Heiin and Izuku laid completely flat on the floor with him pushing his body to the max to cause the most distance. Shoko and Katsumi with other girls came nearly to the floor. The fourth test was the 50-meter dash. Tenya got 3. 4 seconds with Katsumi getting 4. 92 seconds. Heian used one of her swords to speed herself up getting 4. 52 seconds, which pissed off the explosion user. Izuku used sprint to get a score of 1. 2 seconds. The fifth test was the ball throw. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 got infinity, with Momo creating a cannon getting 2,840 meters. Ojiro completely smashed the ball with his tail and received 930 meters. Izuku used his strength and Dominator's touch to launch the ball 6,252 meters. Shoko made an ice spire reaching the distance of 639 meters. The final test was a long-distance run with the highest speed possible. Izuku was dominating it with spring being activated and his mana being regenerated. Momo was second because of the speed. Her electric bicycle she created outlasted all but Izuku. Tenya came in third as it was his territory, speed, but lost in the stamina department as he was against electricity and someone who seems to have an endless supply of stamina. It will be illogical for me to tell you your individual results, but here are the class results. 1. Izuku Midoriya 2, Momo Yaoyorozu 3, Shoko Todoroki 4, Katsumi 𝗵𝗃𝗲 5, Heian 6, Tenya Iida 20. Toru Hagakure. 7. The top 5 is mainly female-oriented, which caused the males to sigh sadly but kept the hopes for Izuku to continue being number 1. Toru was about to cry when Aizawa said, "The last person is not being expelled, that was a lie. Get your books in your class and go to your dorms." Iida then said, "Sir, how could you lie to us?" Aizawa just walked off giving of a smirk. Momo then wanted to say something but Izuku beat her to it. Phew, at least he lied. Last year 1A didn't have the same privilege as they all got expelled. Momo's eyes widened at this fact. She thought it was a ruse for them to do their best. "Izuku, I can see what you mean with your quirk last night," Kaminari said, breaking the silence. "You still have seen nothing, my dear friend. Anyways, let's get changed, as I have a meeting with someone and I bet y'all are hungry." Heian walked towards Izuku and they talked until the changing rooms. Izuku said for her to meet him in the dorms as he is going to Recovery Girl first. Recovery Girl? She heard a knock to her office. She prayed it was the new student that can help her and not someone injured. "Come in." In walks a handsome man that she would ask for a date if she was in her teens. "Hello, Recovery Girl. I am Izuku Midoriya. 𝗲𝗏𝗧 should have sent you a message of me being here." 2. Yes, Izuku, 𝗲𝗏𝗧 did send me a message and told me a part of your quirk, but only the healing part. So you can level it up, right? Yes, it is currently at level 1 as I could only practice on other people than myself. Izuku explained. "I see, hopefully we can train it so one day I can get a proper replacement. Is there anything you want me to learn beforehand?" "There is. I want you to read over these 10 books. They cover field first aid, basic anatomy of a human and some common diseases from quirks or normal day-to-day injuries. When you have read them, I will give you a test and I will give you more books. What can you heal, honey?" "I can heal cuts, scrapes, first-degree burns and most minor injuries." 1. That is useful. Can you help me around here on Tuesdays and Thursdays after schools and occasionally other days? I will introduce you to all of the equipment on some of the days, but otherwise we will try and level up that skill as much as we can. Until then, practice on your classmates, okay? Thank you, Recovery Girl. I will make you proud. With a salute, he took the books and went off to learn as much as he could. Plus, to be young again. The elderly woman sighed. The next day came, but what shocked Class 1A was their breakfast was on the table. Each of them had rice and some fish as the basics. But in the center was vegetables, fruits, drinks, buns and other accessories that can be added to their breakfast. There was cold soba too. Though there was one problem, Izuku wasn't there. Does anyone know where Izuku is? Shoko asked the rest of the class, whilst drooling with the cold soba in front of her. It is weird that Izuburo made our breakfast and isn't here. Kiri stated. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗃𝗲 nerd. It is still 7:30 a.m. so we don't have class for a while. The childhood friend of Izuku stated. Izuku is actually in a meeting with Recovery Girl. Iida answered the question, as Izuku told him when he came back from his run. Momo piped in. In the recommendation exams, he could heal people and he healed one student up, so I am guessing he is being trained. Wow, his quirk sure is weird. An enhancement, healing, and the adaptation part. Katsumi, you knew him the longest, you should know. Mina said. The nerd actually was quirkless most of his life. This caused some shock with everyone. I hate to admit it, but after he saved me from a villain, he went into a coma due to a hero's attack being more wide-scaled than it's supposed to be. He awoke it during the coma he had. He can shoot fireball and turn invisible, just to mention a few. Katsumi explained, hiding the portal part. The rest of the class couldn't help but listen as Bakugo continued. It will be better to see his quirk than ask it. Only two people, Miruko and Nizu, know the full extent of his quirk. Teach stupid rabbit. Then people started questioning Katsumi about Rumi's and Izuku's relationship. They are still friends, but it is due to Izuku being dense. That was a good fact that some people acknowledged. Although she herself was glad that their relationship isn't on fully. With Izuku wanted to get in some practice and ask some questions about some of the books he was reading. Recovery Girl starts her day at 7 a.m. and finishes at 6 p.m., though she can be on call 24/7. They are seen talking for 20 minutes, with Izuku learning where things are located in the office. Then two people walk in, Power Loader, the teacher for the support department, and a teen with thick pink dreadlocks. Recovery Girl, please can you head May? An explosion occurred and gave her first-degree burns. I am sorry, I didn't know that my baby would explode. May said. It is only the second day of UA. Power Loader said as his mentality was being questioned and eroded. My dear, yes, those are burns from fire, there are some scrapes too from the explosion. Izuku dear, can you heal her up please? Sure, I am Izuku Midoriya. My quirk will use my energy so you won't be tired after this. He walks up and puts his hand on two of the burned area. The greenette then thinks, healer, and a green glow comes around his hands as he started healing May. It took only 6 seconds, but the full arm was healed up, with Izuku only losing 360 mana that can be gained back in 36 minutes. They're all done. Thanks, I am 𝗵𝗃𝗃. First year support. Nice meeting you, I am from the hero course first year too. From the looks of it, you probably did a wire misplacement to cause the explosion of your invention. He spoke the last question quieter, with some uncertainty. This caused both support workers to eyes widen in surprise. I am taking you. That was what she said whilst grabbing him. Wait, what? Recovery Girl, help. Izuku tried his hardest, but the grip caused Izuku to be dragged on the floor. I think you lost him. Power Loader said uncertainly. Chuckling, we have our lessons on Tuesdays and Thursdays after classes, but I guess he will come here on days when he doesn't need to. Recovery Girl stated. With May, why did she take him? She had no idea. But seeing him help her out and give her some tips of making some of her babies better or safer for use cemented the fact that she will be taking him more often. I would recommend you to have a cooling system in those boots, as with the body temperature and the machine inside could overheat it. Additionally, the explosion of the baby could even cause permanent harm that could result in you having a lawsuit. Izuku explained. Oh yeah, did she mention he started to use the name baby then invention and is explaining things properly? They continued to do it with one more explosion to occur. May was sadly injured, which Izuku healed her up quickly. Anyways, it was nice meeting you, May. If you want to find me, I'm in the 1A dorm's top male floor. Otherwise, here is my phone number. I got to go as my class will start soon. He said it and gave a fist bump to May, who happily reciprocated it. Oh, and now she had a number to a hot guy's phone. Yeah, pretty good day. Izuku, too. He entered the class still with some soot and explosion dust. Jiro made a joke. Izuku, I didn't know Katsumi actually tried killing you today. Chuckling. Nope, I made a friend in support and helped her out when she came to Recovery's office. This made some girls freeze up whilst Izuku was walking to his desk. For the morning lessons were normal, English, maths, and classical Japanese. During lunch, Izuku met up with May and introduced Heian and Tenya to her. They talked for the whole lunch, which caused May to be happy as she has made actual friends. After lunch was their lesson of heroics. UA has the morning periods for their lessons, whilst afternoon periods are about heroics, theory, and practical based. Everyone was chatting animatedly when Kyoka pointed out a sound of steps coming to their room. The door flung open to reveal All Might, in his booming voice. "Hello students, I am coming in as a hero should." Wow, it is All Might. He is wearing his bronze costume, so retro. 2. His aura is slightly stronger to Izuku's. This made everyone stop what they were doing. Hein then covered her mouth. "Sorry, I can sense how powerful someone is, and Izuku's aura is nearly at the same level as All Might is if he didn't suppress it." She quickly explained it. That was one of the things she discovered with Izuku last day, that she can sense auras and how powerful they are. Izuku would have fanboyed before his coma, but after the reality check from All Might and him punching him into a coma, he had no reactions, but he was trying his hardest to make 𝗧𝗵𝗃 not come out of his shadow to try and kill All Might for that. However, All Might was shocked. He remembered the quirkless kid who was all skinny with no muscle into this handsome figure. Toshinori also remembered what 𝗍𝗬 said to him about Izuku awakening a quirk, so the guilt was lowered a bit. "Wow." He coughed awkwardly. "Anyways, we are starting the lesson with battle training." He showed a card saying the name to the students' faces. Katsumi grinned. "Battle." Rikido Sato finished. "Training." All Might continued. "But before that, you have your hero costumes, so get changed and meet me in training ground Gamma." With a press if a remote, he exited. Izuku and the others got their costumes out and began to walk to the changing rooms. After changing, Izuku was the first one changed and was walking to training ground Gamma. Izuku wore black boots with fairly loose trousers that are pretty flexible, a white shirt and a black overcoat. Even though he has his armor underneath him, all of his clothes are to reduce the damage done by quirks and punches. "Hello, young Izuku. I wanted to say sorry for making you go into a coma." All Might bowed a 90-degree bow. This kind of surprised Izuku. He shook his head. "I actually awakened my quirk during my coma, so I should thank you." He said it with a small, too sweet smile whilst releasing all of his aura, with his shadows joining in too, making the aura seem like it was only from one person. All Might did the same, but both noticed that Izuku's was slightly larger now. Izuku then said, "I am training with Recovery Girl to heal up your wound." With that, he suppressed his aura and began to see his classmates where he began to talk to. All Might, on the other hand, had some sweat coming of his back. "I would have definitely lost an arm if I would have fought him, especially in this state. In my prime, I would have beaten him." 𝗍𝗬 did tell Toshinori that Izuku has multiple aspects to his quirk that seem to be different quirks. All Might just needed to see how Izuku fights. Katsumi had a female version of her canon hero suit. Shoko wore all a blue bodysuit that can carry medical equipment and keep her warm. It is similar to Shoto's true canon suit. Heian wore light armor with a thick red, black and gold bodysuit. As they say, the clothes makes the hero, and all of you do look the part. We will begin with a 2 versus 2 battle simulation inside a building. All Might commented, "Sir will be able to choose, or is it random? Why inside a building? Isn't my cape appealing?" 5. The questions came all at once, with All Might being slightly overwhelmed as it was his first time teaching a class. "Guys, I don't have a super hearing quirk, but to answer some of your questions. Most villain battles actually happen indoors, that where the more powerful and tactical villains usually hide. For the teams, you will be picking your team randomly." He's shown a massive box filled with letters. Izuku was in the middle of the group with him, taking a piece of paper that had D written on it. He looked around and found 𝗂𝗄𝗫 with D. "I guess we are in the same team, heck 𝗂𝗄𝗫?" "We are," she said with a smile. "Are we going to plan now or late?" "I would recommend later. We don't know who our opponents are." Izuku received a nod. "The rules are pretty simple. There will be a hero and a villain's team. The villain team are needed to protect the bomb from the heroes. The hero team need to touch the bomb or capture the villains to win. The villains need to capture the heroes or not allow the heroes to touch the bomb for the 10 minutes allocated. I will begin with choosing the sides." After a second he picked, Team B are heroes and Team D are villains. Both teams will be getting a building map and you have 5 minutes to hide the bomb and plan. Our opponents are Shoko and Ijiro. Jiro stated. Nodding, they walked further in and out of the hearing of the two heroes. Shoko will most lively try to freeze the whole building, then Ijiro will want to run in. Neither of them have a way of going to the top except with the ice tower that Shoko could create. Jiro continued, so the 4th floor. Yep, we will both stay in the room with the bomb as Shoko can freeze us solid if one would slip up, so we would need both of our senses to be on full alert. Whilst your Jax can deal with the ice, I can deal and break Ijiro's defense. Is that okay? Yeah, that will be good. So after the 5 minutes, the exercise started with Shoko as per Izuku's prediction froze the whole building. The Greenette and the punk girl broke the ice immediately. They waited another 4 minutes for the duo to come. Instantly Kirishima barged in with Shoko behind him. Jiro sent a wave of sound at the two breaking their formation, with Jiro being on the receiving end of Shoko's ice attacks. Izuku was punching Ijiro constantly. Come in Ijiro, you can harden more. Ijiro was confused but tried what was recommended. Activate your quirk again when it's already turned on, it will be stronger. And it continued for 10 more seconds until Ijiro felt it, a block snapped. His skin became more rocky, solid with everything becoming harder than obsidian. Great. Well done, you evolved your quirk to become an ultimate defense agi bro. Thanks bro. With that Ijiro fell unconscious from the strain. Jiro was still dealing with Shoko, when Shoko was running to Kyoka to get in the other girl's guard. Jiro froze a little in the legs due to Todoroki freezing the floor. She was too slow to put her Jax in the floor to break it. This didn't allow her to move to intercept Shoko. Sorry Izuku, the punk girl thought. But as Izuku finished the fight with Ijiro, he came sliding down the ice path causing him to hit Shoko by accident with them both falling on top of each other, with the ice user being atop of the player. The scene could be very romantic as Shoko's face was a couple of centimeters above Izuku's. I am sorry Shoko, you lost. This was done when he put capture tape around Shoko's arm. Some girls blushed at the scene watching the accidental NTMT moment. Hero's team lost. All Might was just as confused. Shoko just slumped down onto Izuku and muttered, warm. Izuku just sighed but put Shoko on his back. You okay Kyoka? I am a little cold from the feet. Nodding, he leaned down and used healer and healed her feet that could have gotten hypothermia. Izuku saw Ijiro and used the same skill on him to heal his injuries a little fast. Then he picked up Ijiro and asked Kyoka if she wanted a life too. Which she said no to. With Kirishima in a princess carry and Shoko on his back, Jiro next to him, they went back to All Might. So, young Shoko, will you get of him? All Might asked, no, warm, with a glare that could kill anything. All Might just backed down with Katsumi gritting her teeth. Izuku then placed Ijiro in a chair and started to do some more healing. So who do you think was the MVP of this battle? All Might asked. Momo answered, it would be Kyoka. Izuku was trying to improve Ijiro's defensive capabilities. He could have easily subdued him. Kyoka on the other hand stuck to her position and defended the bomb until she couldn't. That is a good answer. For most villain and hero fights, a villain wouldn't help the hero like Izuku did. But this should be a fight to give the most out of one person and to better yourself and others. So young Kyoka got the MVP. This continued for the lesson. Katsumi was with Sato who were the villains against Momo and Heian. Katsumi just wanted to kill Cha mostly. She lost due to Momo's sweat-blocking chemical. Sato was dealt with Cha's sword in a position where the villain had to yield. The other matches were pretty boring if Izuku had a say in it. The lesson finished with All Might exciting as a hero. After school, Izuku finally leveled up his healing skill. Skill, Healer LV. 2 active can heal small wounds and heal fractures, torn muscles, and some intermediate injuries. As the skill's level increases more, healing major wounds to making an organ grow back is possible. The current speed is slow, 30 mana per second one. This was a development from healing all the minor injuries on his classmates. He was lucky to have the High Magician's Ring as it did replenish his mana faster than naturally. From what the system told him, he could heal injuries up to intermediate, meaning torn muscles, fractures, second-degree burns, and some scaring too. He did predict that the next level will deal with the speed of healing or mana cost though. Recovery Girl was glad about that and started giving Izuku more injured students that came in from the second day. Each level will take him more time to level up, so it will take some time leveling it up. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 It was another morning where Izuku made breakfast, but this time with the help of Tenya and Heian. It was a light soup, rice, and some side dishes. The two helpers discovered that Izuku has some type of storage that he can take things out, as they didn't have some spices, so the greenette took some out. The class was delighted with the breakfast that was made with Momo and other complimenting the skills of the three. Kirishima was so thankful for Izuku's help that he gave a bro hug to him. Izuku reciprocated, as it seems the two of them are going to be besties. Ijiro also promised to train in the new form, as it only lasts 3 seconds, but he can't move in that form yet. Izuku recommended for him to start to do more running, as he is slower in his hardened form. But for some reason Tokoyami was feeling that Dark Shadow wanted to bow down to Izuku. It was happening for time he knew Izuku, but he didn't have the courage to ask him yet. 9. Class. Aizawa came in and shut everyone up. Good, you are all quiet. He was having a bad day, as reporters wanted to get into the school, with them being more ferocious as all students were in their dorms not being able to leave. You are going to pick your class representative and vice representative. Do whatever you want, just make it done before homeroom is over. Nearly all of the class wanted to be class rep, as it does help in their hero careers. Ida finally shut everyone up but had his hand helped the furthest upwards. We will be voting to decide the representatives. There was an agreement made. Momo created a box and some paper and handed it to everyone. Izuku in all honesty didn't mind it but preferred if someone else was it, so he wrote down Momo. Ida counted it and the final result wasn't as shocking as it seems. Izuku has 7 votes with Momo having 2 votes. Izuku with Momo came to the front, with Izuku giving a reassuring smile to her. Thank you for voting for me. I will promise I will be the best class president as I can be. Momo went next. Thank you in your confidence. I will too try my best. When they were going back, Izuku whispered in her ear, by the way, I voted for you. With that he went to his seat, leaving Momo befuddled, with her thinking that the only reason why she won was because Izuku voted for her, as she did vote for herself. Lunch. Izuku was joined by Heian, Mei, Tenya, Momo, Shoko, Katsumi, Kyoka and Koda. They were all talking when an alarm occurred. Ida got one of the 3rd years and asked him what it was. Someone broke into the school. This never happened during my 3 years being here. I told that mouse to upgrade the security, so troublesome. Izuku muttered, with only Kyoka hearing him. Tenya, check the front. Being near the window also helped. It is the media. Knights, spread out and see if you can find the actual person that broke in. Magicians, go to my room and use your detection magic and see if anyone was in school bar the reporters. Igris, stay with me just in case. He felt the shadows nod their head. Izuku jumped high and was hanging from the side and shouted, "Oh, everyone stop." This got everyone's attention, with him also releasing his aura, making people stop. It is just the media. Use your brain, people, and not be brainless chickens. Even if some of you don't do heroics, this is a proud school, so behave properly. With that done, he jumped off and went to class. There was one bubbly girl that felt the aura and can compare it to her friend whose power skyrocketed during the break. She was excited to meet with this guy and ask questions about his quirk. 5. The rest of the day was cancelled, with Aizawa telling Izuku that Nizu will visit him at 5 p.m. to talk to him. 5 p.m. dorms. Izuku and Nizu were sitting on the couch near the chimney drinking tea. So today's incident wasn't from the reporters, was it? Sadly, that is true. Here, look at those pictures. Those are from the front gate. He handed down a couple of pictures of a completely destroyed gate. Sadly, we don't know who it was, as that person was, as the cameras didn't detect anyone. From what it looks, it wasn't punched through but dissolved, like into dust. Izuku answered. That is what my guess it too. Nizu sighed. I have sent out my knights to check everything they can and my magicians to see if they could detect anyone. With an interesting nod, Izuku continued, the knights didn't find anyone, but the mages found something interesting. A purple warp quirk was in our school, more precisely in the teacher's lounge. Sadly, none of my shadows can talk and they're writing SCK, but they did project an image. He called out of one of the mages, please can you show the image you taken? With a bow, a holographic image appeared showing a purple figure covered in smoke, but not the same as Izuku's shadow soldiers. It was purple with yellow eyes and a neck guard with some type of butler suit. 𝗍𝗂 took a picture of it and sent it to all staff members warning them about this individual. Do you think someone has a similar ability to you? 𝗍𝗂 asked. I don't think so, from when I questioned the mages with them giving me nods and shaking of their heads. It is safe to say that this person wasn't similar to me or my army. It does have a living component, so it means that it is alive and not dependent on mana. I see, thank you for telling me that and also stopping the crush that was about to happen. Izuku just waved it off. They continued talking with 𝗍𝗂 giving some tips how Izuku could have done it better and security upgrades that would be implemented immediately. Next day, it was their heroics class again. Aizawa informed them that they are going off campus for rescue training and they will 2 more teachers. Iida tried getting his classmates organized, it failed once again. 2 on the bus. 𝗬𝗂 asked, ignoring Katsumi's warning. Izuku, what exactly is your quirk? Kero, raising an eyebrow, Izuku answered, you know my basics from Kaken no doubt. Katsumi looked sheepish, but then he smirked. In time you will see, as I don't know your special moves, you don't know mine. We have the sports festival soon, anyways you probably see some then. She didn't like that response as she was usually the one who got every question answered too. Damn Izuku, at least you have a good heroic quirk, I just short-circuit? Kaminari complained. Denki, who said that you don't have an amazing quirk. Look how far you have gotten and I am sure you will reach amazing heights with it too. Izuku reassured his blonde friend. Then he looked to the right of him and saw Shoko sleeping on his shoulder, which he smiled gently at. Aizawa then spoke up, quiet down brats, we are here. They only saw 13, which caused Ochako to fangirl over her. Aizawa asked 13 where All Might was and she gave 3 fingers. He will be running a little late this morning. Aizawa and even Izuku understood that All Might has used all of his time remaining. When they were in with 13 explaining that all quirks can be used to injure and kill, this made Izuku listen curiously. However, lights started to flicker on and off, with something happening in the central part. The lights started to flicker, the USJ protection system started up. With a purple portal that made Izuku's eyes widen, Izuku whispered to Aizawa, the purple one was who entered UA. This caused Eraserhead to tense up as all staff knew it was Izuku who found this out. Out of the portal came a plethora amount of villains, with a hand guy and a monster type near him. Alarm. An emergency quest has been issued. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Make them retreat or fall unconscious. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to retreat or subdued. 142 enemies retreated or subdued. 0 extra quest. Kill 𝗍𝗵𝗲. The entity is a puppet to the leader. Kill it for its peace to occur. 1. Wow, great. Aizawa, can I deal with them? Izuku asked with seriousness being heard in his voice. No, you can't. Aizawa stated. Let me ask it again, sensei. You could easily deal with the goons, but you won't have a chance against that monster. It will easily kill you. So please, can I deal with them? I will deal with all of the consequences. Fine. If you die, I will resurrect you and kill you myself, problem child. Aizawa warned, reluctant to agree and knowing his student is stronger than he is. Izuku nodded and started to walk down the stairs. Whoa. Villains came into the now whatever shall I do with you all? The gray-haired man-child spoke up, shouldn't you run away? You have no chance in beating my party. There was some confusion laced in his tone. Oh, gaming terminology. I see you have a monster, what is that? Smirking, this here can kill All Might, it is called a 𝗍𝗵𝗲. Wow, yeah, that won't work. All Might isn't as weak to be defeated by that. How about we give it a try though? Your army against mine. This confused everyone. What army? It is only you on the stairs. Shigaraki wanted to laugh. 2. What army you say? Izuku laughed. Guys, don't kill any villain. Igris, please defeat the 𝗍𝗵𝗲. Oh, this one. Come forth. With that mighty yell and a smirk, 40 figures all in black with some blue coming out came from Izuku's shadow and materialized behind him. Igris against the 𝗍𝗵𝗲, you all ready? With a roar of excitement, with that the knights rushed towards the goons with the mages supporting them, the highest ranked summon, 𝗧𝗪 was slowly walking towards the 𝗵𝗄 with him pulling the sword behind him on the floor to be more threatening. Shigaraki had his eyes opened wide, same with Kurogyri, then smirked. Let us see who will win, the party of 140 or yours. 𝗵𝗄 kill 𝗧𝗪 then that brat. At that exact moment, explosions occurred surrounding the leaders of the two sides. That was the perfect starting signal with the 𝗵𝗄 screeching as he rushed towards 𝗧𝗪 who walked calmly. Izuku continued to overlook the fighting, with him seeing the knights started to spread out away from the central plaza. The fireballs and detection magic was what the magicians used the most against the foes, dealing with them in simple efficiency. Enemies required to retreat or subdued, 93 enemies retreated or subdued, 49, it was a couple of seconds, but DMN. Izuku thought, really impressed seeing his shadow's effectiveness. The fight between 𝗧𝗪 and 𝗵𝗄 was a stalemate. 𝗧𝗪 would slash but the 𝗵𝗄 would regenerate, 𝗵𝗄 would punch or rip a limb but 𝗧𝗪 too will regenerate. Mana, 1639/2245, impressive, that is a pretty good soldier I must say. What is your name, Mr. Necromancer? Smirking, why not continue calling me Mr. Necromancer as I can see you are most likely a monk. Izuku joked around. Shigaraki liked this kid, haha, I like you already. Why don't we join in with the fight in this game? Couldn't say it any better. With that the two rushed with speeds that barely anyone could keep up. Grappling was what Shigaraki tried to do, whilst Izuku was punching or kicking. A stray thought that Izuku had was, a monk video character actually fits him. After 2 minutes, they collided their forearms pushing each other backwards. Enemies required to retreat or subdued, 17 enemies retreated or subdued, 125 mana, 530/2245, there is a dozen of your forces left, with mine not even taking a scratch. But your puppet and 𝗧𝗪 are still at it. I was wrong, if All Might was here he would have a larger problem with only my sensei to rely on. A smirk appeared on Izuku's face looking how 𝗧𝗪 fought. Strength, speed, regeneration and shock absorptions are in that 𝗵𝗄. It is a perfect combination of quirks to defeat All Might. You know you shouldn't tell your enemy about what it can do, right? You are aware that his punches are no joke, he is the #1 hero for a reason. Izuku said with a deadpan. 𝗧𝗪 was having fun, not many people can rival him with only his lord being able to successfully. But facing the so-called 𝗵𝗄 allowed him to become stronger for his liege. But that 𝗵𝗄 was not dying. Just like him, the regeneration factor was a pain to deal with. 𝗧𝗪, punch it as many times you can, it has a limit to the amount of damage it can absorb. He thanked his lord immensely, in all honesty he would love to talk to him so his goal was to level up as much as he can. He knew his liege couldn't kill his opponent but he too realized that Izuku is also allowing the knights and mages to level up as he knows that his liege needs them as strong as possible for the future gates they will face together. I am Shigaraki, what is your name? He finally introduced himself. Call me Izuku, Shigaraki, although I did prefer the nicknames. And where do you think you are going? Izuku used Dominator's touch at Kurogyri, the eyes of the Shadow Monarch turned blue with fog coming out. I can't move Tamura Shigaraki. The warp quirk user rasped out. Stay behind Kurogyri, this is so much fun. Shigaraki reprimanded. Let's continue our dance. With a quick drink of a mana potion to regain 1000 MP, he used Bloodlust which caused Shigaraki and Kurogyri to freeze up a bit and they felt weaker. Another skill being Stealth was used causing Izuku to disappear from their view and got behind them. Shigaraki dodged the punch but barely, then Izuku took out his T-Rex dagger as Miruko kept the other dagger, and slashed his cheek which Shigaraki couldn't dodge. The leader of the League of Villains discovered that Izuku was messing with them from the get-go. We will see each other again, Izuku. With that the decaying quirk user and Kurogyri left Izuku and the beaten 𝗵𝗄. 𝗧𝗪 gave Izuku his head, whilst kneeling down. The greenette mused that the regeneration factor of the 𝗵𝗄 didn't work now, meaning it really died. Thank you 𝗧𝗪, also well done leveling up to level 11. With a pat on his shoulder, 𝗧𝗪 felt really proud of himself now. Izuku called over all of his shadows to surround him. Going to the 𝗵𝗄, Izuku said one word, arise, You were left for dead, but this time protect me. The shadow of the 𝗵𝗄 started to come from the body. It formed a figure just below 𝗧𝗪𝗧 height. It was pure black with a beak with its face being blue. The muscles on its body were larger than before too, with some streaks of purple showing. You have upgraded the shadow level will be 8 shadows higher than rank knight can be named. Your name will be Beast. They all kneeled to Izuku and Izuku returned them to his shadow. 6. With 1A. At the beginning they thought Izuku was crazy, Aizawa in particular. So when they all saw his shadow army, some of them nearly shat in their pants. Now they all understood why Izuku said to them to wait. Aizawa also can feel aura and knows that Izuku suppresses it, for good reason, as it would make others feel weak in their knees. But seeing the so-called 𝗧𝗪𝗧 fight with a monster that can apparently kill All Might, now they saw the reason why Izuku was confident. The 𝗵𝗄 was hard to beat from the amount of times 𝗧𝗪𝗧 slashed it, punched it and whatnot, but it didn't die. Then they saw Izuku fight Shigaraki. It was clear that Izuku was messing around, but after the break, he started to take the fight more seriously with more skills after he drank a potion of some kind. They were happy he was a hero. If he was a villain, God bless them. Katsumi had to stare in awe at what her crush was doing. Yes, she was mad that she didn't have an opportunity to fight, but seeing the one she will be marrying was good too. This feeling was reciprocated with some others in the class. After the villains left, all shadows came around Izuku, then after 10 seconds they disappeared. They all came running back as they sent Ida for backup. Izuku, are you okay? Heian asked as she practically flew down to him and hugged him. 5. Oh yeah, I am. Izuku said with smile, whilst hugging her back. She sniffed. You are stronger now than before the fight. How? All of the others listened in. Let's say I get stronger after each battle. Then Izuku turned to Aizawa. All the goons are subdued. There are 140 in total, and this 𝗵𝗄 was dead from the beginning. I will need to speak to Nizu in private about that man. Aizawa's eyes widened and once again tensed up. So your prediction is correct, he? It is. I think the League of Villains will be his play toy. Ha, oh my. That is absolutely great. I will join in the meeting. Aizawa stated the first bit sarcastically, then in the most serious tone the teen ever saw from his teacher, to which Izuku nodded. The rest of the class was just confused. Who was he? The teachers arrived, but it was all over. Nizu came up to Izuku with All Might there too. Izuku broke the hug from Cha. There was some reluctance from the female. Classmates of Izuku began to ask him a lot of questions about his soldiers and his abilities, and the Greenette answering, "In time I will tell you all, but now I need to talk to Nizu and the police officers. I will meet you in dorms." He then waved at them and gone into a car with Nizu, Small Might, Eraserhead, and officer called 𝗬𝗂𝗁. They were all riding in silence, so Izuku checked his notification. An emergency quest. Completed. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Make them retreat or fall unconscious. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to retreat or subdued. 0 enemies retreated or subdued. 142 extra quest. Kill 𝗵𝗄. Completed. The entity is a puppet to the leader. Kill it for its piece to a cure. Do you want to collect the rewards? Accept/reject. Accept. Izuku thought as he placed one leg over the other. Quest rewards. Reward 1. Additional points plus 10. Reward 2. Mana increase by plus 200. Reward 3. Key to a rank dungeon. Side quest rewards. Reward 1. Physical pain nullification increase by plus 10%. Reward 2. Plus 10 stats to agility. While those are pretty awesome, Izuku lightly smirked and started to distribute the point given. Item. Key item class. A type. Key. A key that opens an A-rank dungeon. The location for the use will be shown in 408:00:32:1, a key that shows where the location is in around 17 days. Interesting. The sports festival is exactly in 2 weeks, but I want to enter the Heaven's Tower from Thursday to Saturday then. I will go with Rumi there as she wanted to go in more dungeons. Izuku was glad that he had to wait for some time. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. Skill. Dominator's Touch level 1 to level 2. Alarm. Shadow Army level increased. This is nice. I became stronger and my army too. Izuku had a pleased smile. Nizu's office. They were sitting on the couches again. Then 𝗬𝗏𝗁 broke the tension. "Toshinori, how on earth does a student know your form?" Chuckling awkwardly, the blonde hero replied, "It is a long story." Izuku glared at him. "You left him on a roof, then accidentally punched him with a villain into a coma." Dead silence. "I can explain." Small might try to explain. One sighing, "Can we actually talk how All for One is alive?" Izuku said without any emotions. All Might and the detective gave questioning glances at Nizu. Izuku here actually talked to me about the possibility of that man being alive. He gave amazing points such as the low amount of villain organizations and Yakuza being around, due to them still being scared of their quirk being stolen. There are other reasons, but let's concentrate on the USJ incident. "Izuku, if you please." Izuku started. "Yesterday there was a breach in security in UA. The gates were most likely destroyed by Tomura Shigaraki's quirk decay, and Kurogyri, the warp quirk user, used this 𝗵𝗃 to steal the files. Today when we entered the USJ, lights started to flicker, and Izuku continued giving his perspective, telling them that he used his shadow solders. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 and All Might asked to see them. Izuku summoned 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Beast, a mage and 2 knights. They all bowed to Izuku, then stand behind him. "Oh, this one is new," Nizu stated. His name is Beast, or otherwise known as the Nomu. The next part of information I will tell you cannot be told anyone else." Izuku looked at All Might, the detective, and his homeroom teacher. They all nodded. "My quirk was awakened after being in a coma. It is an RPG quirk where I level up and put points into categories. I had a job change opportunity and got Shadow Monarch. I go into gates, with him summoning a key, where I can kill monsters and have a possibility of putting them in the army. That is how I also got Beast." He turned to the soldiers. "Thank you for coming out today." With that they left into his shadow once more. "Any questions?" Izuku asks. "Those gates you speak of, are they ranked, and can our students go in them?" "They are ranked E-S. From what I can guess, you need at least 9 E ranks and 1 D rank to do an E rank and so forth. I wouldn't recommend it yet as I still don't know much about them, and I presume there are variations as well." All Might asked, "So for an A rank, you need 9 A ranks and 1 S rank. What about an S rank dungeon?" "Yes, or have more ranks in that certain category. 4 S ranks, you preferably need a couple of S ranks heroes and a healer, as it will be hard. My classmates are all in C to B categories due to their lack of experience in a gate, and they still don't know how to use their quirk to its fullest." "I agree with that statement," Izuku stated. "What about you though?" "I have my army to help, but also I know my limits. I may not survive an S rank gate as I did last time. I won last time by sheer luck, and it was against one opponent. But that is why I level up my skills and gain levels. I may have a chance with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Beast, but I would need some more time." Izuku still could remember the fight with St. Peter. He shivered to it. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 then popped in. "I will stay in contact. If I have any more information, I will call you Nizu." "Thank you, 𝗬𝗏𝗁. I think this is a good time to finish the meeting. Good night, everyone." With that, Izuku left towards his dorm. He could see it was dark, and checking his phone, it was past 9 p.m. The gamer decided to jump on his balcony and clean himself up with him going to his bed. Status name: Izuku Midoriya. Job: Shadow Monarch. Title: The one who overcame adversary. +1 level, 58 fatigue, 0 HP, 14380 MP, 2570, strength, 174 agility, 159 sense, 147 vitality, 164 intelligence, 232 remaining points, 0 physical damage reduction, 12% plus 32% physical pain nullification, 27% skills, passive, unknown max muscularity LV, 1 advanced dagger arts LV, 2 advanced spear arts LV, 1 active, sprint LV, 3 bloodlust LV, 2 fireball LV, 2 vital strike LV, 2 stealth LV, 2 dominator's touch LV, 2 spear throw LV, 1 healer LV, 2 job specific shadow extraction LV, 1 and 41/95 save shadow LV, 1 and 41/73 shadow army, 33 knights LV, 7 normal 6 magicians LV, 5 elite beast LV, 8 knight, high-end nomu 𝗧𝗵𝗃 11 knight plus armor rotgut gauntlet C, high knight's gauntlet B, St. Peter's ring A, high magician's ring B, high knight's chest plate B, red knight's helmet S keys heaven's first gate floor AIC. 401:24:59A. The class was worried for Izuku. He didn't greet them straight away, and in the morning he didn't make breakfast. Meaning he didn't wake up or didn't come back. Some people actually had the audacity to complain that there was no food. Heian wasn't one of them, but she did end up making breakfast for herself and Izuku. Ochako wanted to take it, but with her superior height and reflexes, Ochako didn't get any food. She went to the top floor and knocked on the door. "I'll be there in a bit." She heard a slightly deeper voice, with her guessing it was his morning voice. What she saw could have easily knocked her out. Izuku with only his boxers on, with still dripping wet hair and a towel around his neck. The body of Izuku's was perfect. "Hey Heian, you okay?" Getting out of her funk, she asked, "Can I come in?" "Sure, just let me get changed in the bathroom. You know where the couches are. I have made you breakfast as you didn't come downstairs to make yourself one." Out of the bathroom came Izuku with his trousers and loose shirt on. "Thanks, I slept in today." "What happened downstairs though? I heard a lot of loud noises." Sighing and giving Izuku the plate, they started to talk. "A lot of people were complaining that you are not making them food. Heck, 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃 wanted to steal my extra plate." "Ah wow. I make them breakfast with help from 2 others and that is what I get. Thank you though, it is nice. Also your food is delicious," he said as he began eating with Heian. "Oh yeah, why didn't you come in yesterday?" "I was in a meeting with Nizu talking about the League of Villains and the Nomu. We are guessing that they will be a bigger thorn to our side in the future. And I was dead tired, so I needed sleep." "I don't blame you." She finished her food and leaned back on the sofa. "I hate for you to snitch, but who was complaining about not getting food? Even though it is usually I who do the dishes too. Better question, who didn't complain? Ejiro, Tenya, Katsumi, Shoko and 𝗵𝗃𝗃. I kinda thought so, 6 people DMN. I thought I would be more appreciated there. Oh well, this weekend I am getting a kitchen, so you can come here for breakfasts and dinners if you want." "Are you sure? I don't want to intrude." "Nah, I probably won't cook many dinners, but I do like breakfasts homemade. If you would allow me to use your kitchen, I'll sometimes will make dinners whilst you make breakfasts. What do you say?" "Sure, when neither of us are busy then sure. I was curious, can I see the shadow please?" She ended it was a puppy look, which Izuku couldn't help but oblige. Cute women. "Ygritte, come forth." Then the silhouette of Ygritte appeared and bowed to his liege. "Ygritte meet Heian-cha, Heian meet Ygritte. He is my strongest soldier and friend." Ygritte was nearly in tears at this declaration. Cha came up to him, then touched his red hair. Eyes sparking, fluffy. "Oh my gosh Ygritte, your hair is so fluffy." For Izuku and Ygritte, if he could, had their eyes opened in shock. Ygritte was glad he chose to protect Izuku even more now. Izuku just thought that Ygritte is behaving as a puppy. Then a thought struck him. "Guys, if I am in my room without anyone, you can come out and interact. We have more than enough space here." His shadow army was happy with that. "We need to be in class soon. You ready?" Izuku asked. "I just need to get my bag and we can go." Cha replied. "Okay Ygritte, I need to go, so can you go back into my shadow?" Izuku received a bow, and with that Ygritte left into his liege's shadow. With that the two left for Heian's room. There was no one was downstairs, so that was good, so they walked comfortably to their class. Barely anyone could ask Izuku questions as Aizawa quieted them down quickly. He met up with Mei in her workshop during lunch and helped her with some of her projects, and after school he went to Recovery Girl to learn being a healer. After he came back, he invited Heian to have some dinner that Izuku made that she helped him with. It was a pretty good day bar trying to get away from his classmates who wanted to know more about his quirk. He did find 2 things weird. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗎 was the main one asking questions about his quirk, and Aoyama had a vast interest, but he was aloof about it. Izuku doesn't trust those 2 for that reason. He doesn't feel bloodlust but needs to be careful with who he tells his secret to. After dinner he called Rumi. Apparently, she is going to be patrolling Kyoto in 2 days and will be visiting Tokyo soon for the UA Sports Festival. However, there was a feeling of forgetfulness. His eyes opened wide enough at 11:53 p.m. I forgot to do my daily quest. He just waited and prepared for it. He can hopefully get new shadows out of it. Quest directions: daily quest. Getting ready to become powerful. Goal: incomplete push-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete curl-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete sit-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete squats 0 out of 100, incomplete run 0/10 km. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. Alarm. You have not completed the daily quest. You are now heading towards the penalty zone for a certain period of time. Here it goes. Quest directions: penalty quest. Survive. Goal: survive until the time runs out. Time required: 4 hours. Time remaining: 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Izuku was expecting to see the poison fang giant sand centipede, but this time a different sand creature came out. Its name was dark orange. Deathstalker scorpions. They were around double Igra's height, but the length was enormous. W/N. Image below. Just imagine this but larger. It is one of the most dangerous sand scorpions. Oh great, I have scorpions to deal with. 5. Oh great, I have scorpions to deal with. At least they can help defeat large enemies. Then one lunged at him, and fast too. He had to dodge multiple stingers and claws trying to kill him, but as the centipedes he jumped up and threw the spear. Due to the spear being S-ranked, it broke through the defense easily, so he was going to use his skills to improve them at least. Izuku was fighting alone for the first 2 hours, then let his soldiers out and play. At the end of the 4 hours, the knights gained 1 level, but the others definitely gained experience for the next level soon. Izuku was able to upgrade the shadows of Deathstalker scorpions to level 9 elites, so having 20 total in the army is pretty good. They did increase by size. They are 2.5 times taller than Igris with more venomous venom too. One Izuku only leveled up once in the night, but he was happy anyways with 20 more shadows. The stingers allow the scorpion to have some air range, which will be useful, and with their claws as an additional bonus. Some skills leveled up, which was a bonus for Izuku as he was planning on dealing with the C rank on the weekend and the A rank before he hits the Heaven's Castle. Skill: Advanced Spear Arts increased from LV1 to LV2 due to the user preference to use spears. You can use spears more proficiently. When a spear is used, the attacks gain 40% additional damage. Skill: Spear Throw increased from LV1 to LV2. Deal damage by throwing your spear. As the skill's level increases, damage and accuracy will increase. 60 mana skill. Stealth increased from LV2 to LV3. It requires 200 MP to activate and 8 MP per second to use it for a longer period of time. You become invisible to the naked eye with sound, smell, and presence erased. Additionally, Izuku realized how stupid he was. He could increase stealth in his room using all of his mana. That should at least level it up some. He shook his head and waited for the time to go down to 0. Plus time required: 4 hours. Time remaining: 0 hours 1 minute and 36 seconds. With only 1 minute remaining, Izuku just stood there waiting to get transported. After the minute, he was teleported back to his room. Using Dominator's Touch, he picked up all the sand and sold it for only 1 gold. Fatigue: 36. It was only 4 in the morning, so Izuku decided to do his morning exercise and catch up with his schoolwork. After the hour, he used the status recovery and added 2 points into intelligence and 1 into sense. He made an easy breakfast for everyone of some porridge and had a lot of sides of fruit and veggies with some syrup and honey. He texted Heian if she wants breakfast come to his room, as he made a different breakfast. Sorry for a weird chapter, I wanted to give a small background of WhatIf. We know the MHA verse isn't the most accepting as with the quirkless or even the mutant type quirks as we see in the war. It is also true a lot of heroes are there for money or fame, as we see with MT Lady at the beginning of the series, but she got better. I want to make a similar situation with the class where they get better as time goes on. Also, this chapter got edited too. The morning came. Izuku and Heian were in his room whilst everyone else was downstairs eating their porridge breakfast. The rest of the class was happy about it, even if porridge was easy to make. The sides that were available filled everyone up happy. Though everyone noted that Izuku and Heian were not there, so Shoko came up to Izuku's room to check if he was even present in the first place, and so she knocked. Opening the door was Izuku. He had his school uniform but 1/3 of his top was unbuttoned. "Oh hey Shoko, want to come it?" Nodding, she did just that. She saw Izuku and Heian eating breakfast in his room. "Want some breakfast?" he asked. "No thank you, but thanks for the breakfast downstairs." Izuku just nodded at that. "Oh, I came to ask where you two were." Izuku then spoke up. "I woke up earlier and made a different breakfast for myself and made some more if people wanted to join in." Cha then joined in the conversation. "How are you, Shoko?" "I'm good, but why don't you two sit with the rest of the class?" Shoko tilted her head. "Cute," Izuku thought. "I prefer eating with less people around." One Shoko nodding then turned to Heian. "My nose, as you know, is sensitive. Sorry if I may offend you, but everyone smells pretty bad and Izuku for some reason doesn't." Two Shoko made an "oh" sound. Izuku asked, "How is everyone downstairs?" "They are happy with the food," she stated simply. "I am glad. I won't be making breakfast for the whole dorm soon every day, so I hope they can get their own food ready." "How come? A lot of them will complain?" she asked curiously and with a slight tilt of her head. "I am getting a kitchen here. It is easier for me too." "Ah, but can you please make cold soba? Your soba is very delicious." Chuckling, "Sure, you are on the top floor too, so I don't mind." After school, Izuku asked Nizu and Aizawa if he will be able to leave for some time to get some business done. Aizawa approved of it but asked if he could bring one person with him. Heian was chosen as it was a relatively weak gate too. "So this gate thing, how does it work?" she asked in confusion. Izuku and her were going to Sensoji Temple, one of the oldest temples in Tokyo. "I get a key and it tells me a specific location, I put it in and we enter." It took them an hour to get to the temple from Ue. Izuku used stealth, with him holding Heian's hand as he then placed the key midair in the entrance Tori gate. A blue portal appeared with Izuku whispering, "Ready?" "Yes." She spoke, trying her best to hide her small blush. With that, the two of them jumped in. The gate started to close when it turned red all of the sudden. "Alarm. You have entered a red gate. Time flows differently here than in the world. It is 24 hours in this world where it is 1 hour in your original world." Chuckling slowly, "So a mere C rank turned into a red gate. Oh great." With him thinking, "So that is another type of gate. What is a red gate?" Izuku asked the system and then read it out what was sent to him. "Red gates are a rare gate. It has sent you to another world where anything can be found. It cannot be exited before the boss is defeated, all of the party members die, or it breaks. The minimum for red gates is AB rank and C rank, and above gates can turn into a red gate." Then Izuku caught an arrow heading straight to Heian's face, who was reacting but too slowly for this situation. "It is an ambush." "Elves?" Heian asked. "I barely could sense them at that distance." Izuku thought, whilst Cha had her eyes widen at the freezing effect that is occurring around Izuku's hand. Izuku could see the name. Each one was orange but at a very dark shade. Heck, if he could guess that 3 of them can deal with a scorpion. "Hyaki, those are called the Hyaki. Their eyes are sharp, they manage to single out the weakest of 2. Izuku then saw one of the Hyaki put his thumb across its neck. Oh. A lot of anime-style tick marks appeared on Izuku's face as he crushed the arrow. "I'll kill you with my own hands. I don't think they're welcoming us," she said half-heartedly as she produced a sword from her quirk just in case. "Hey, you don't say. We need to get to a safe location. I guess we can use this time to improve our skills, so let's make camp." Then they started to walk deeper into the forest, in the opposite way where the Hyaki retreated. "Wait, we cannot go any further," Heian stated. She was looking around with he slightly coming closer to Izuku. "Why?" Izuku hummed in a questioning tone. "Can't you see? The area is covered with bear markings. This entire forest is bear territory." Sighing with a smile, he replied, "So you're saying this area is full of bears?" He teased, "What did I say something wrong?" She thought with Heian spoke, Yes, so we should turn back. That's why we're moving into the forest." Did you not hear me? Do you want to die?" She stopped in front of Izuku. "Sure, we might deal with a bear, but if many come, then what? If this is a bear territory, we only have to worry about bears while in the forest. Bears are more reasonable than the ice elves." If bears mark this area, then that would mean there are no stronger predators here. Therefore we won't encounter any stronger monster. Reasoning in her mind made her say, "Why did I not think of that?" she said with a downcast look. She tried to seem helpful to Izuku, but that wasn't working. The gamer patted her head. "Don't worry, 𝗵𝗃, this is your first gate and we can use our quirks any way we want. Anyways, aren't you cold with that clothing?" Receiving a nod as she was slightly shivering. Inventory. He pulled out 2 coats and he handed one to 𝗵𝗃. "Here, put this on. It'll be troubling if you die. Izuku would have my head." "I forgot you have the inventory thing." Item name, warm fur coat. Item class, none. Type, junk becomes extremely warm after being worn. Price, 10 gold. Since I'm the one who brought you here, it's my responsibility to protect you, Izuku said whilst patting Cha on the head again. He then put his own coat on, not seeing her blush. Then suddenly, a massive white bear with glowing red eyes and some blue crystal protection under the neck came running to Izuku and 𝗵𝗃. She wanted to protect Izuku even if she forgot he dealt with the Nomu. "I told you I will deal with them," he said with a reassuring smile. Jumping up high to miss the claws from the beast, he went straight down and punched its head, caving it in. 𝗵𝗃 was shocked, and as when the snow cleared, she saw Izuku sitting in the ice bear itself. "You leveled up, as you already know, 𝗧𝗪𝗧. I will show you how I obtain my shadows. Arise." From the bear we see a black bear with blue eyes, nose, ears, and the crystals on the stomach turned blue too. This is an ice bear. He is an elite in the army and level 1. Patting its head and allowing 𝗵𝗃 to do so too. "Wow, it is so fluffy." "I know, I am sorry to ask you, but can we use your original body for food?" The bear nodded. "Thank you, I will call upon you later, friend." With that the bear turned into Izuku's shadow. After some time of walking they made a camp with a campfire that cooked the bear meat from the ice bear for dinner and for breakfast too, once more with Izuku storing the rest of the bear meat. The next day 𝗵𝗃 joined Izuku in his training with the Greenette, helping her out time to time. From the daily quest, Izuku got 3 points that he placed into his intelligence and a notebook for his random box reward, which Cha found funny. It was then when he decided that 𝗵𝗃 was a trustworthy person and told her his system ability except the rune stones. She hugged Izuku and thanked him for trusting her. The Korean really felt happiness in being trusted with a secret from her crush. After some exploring, they saw a massive cave that had ice bears patrolling around, with more of them starting to appear, with the same style as the previous he had killed. There were 19 of the smaller ice bears, but something didn't feel right to Izuku. "Come forth." Knights, mages, scorpions, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and beast came out with the solo bear too, with Izuku's eyes glowing blue and a smirk appearing on his face. "Go." That was his only command he needed to say, as all shadows bar 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and beast rushed towards the bears. The knights were weaker than the ice bears, but with the help of the scorpions and mages they were being dealt with. How knights would usually kill the bears was materializing under the bears and stab them. 𝗵𝗃 was watching in awe at the battle in front of her. Then massive fireball were sent by the mages, killing another 5. The strength of my shadow soldiers never cease to amaze me. It is the second time I am seeing them in action. Truly it is amazing and scary at the same time. 𝗵𝗃 commented in awe. It does consume a massive amount of mana if they get destroyed for the regeneration to kick in. So that is why you increase your intelligence so you can grow your mana. Yes, and to also have more space for more soldiers. MP 2310/2630. A massive roar came from the cave. A bear twice the size of the scorpions came. Red eyes and had a black stripe of hair going from its head to the back of its body. A scar on the left side of its face overlapping the eye and a massive X-shaped scar going from the stomach to its shoulder blades. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 beast. The leader appeared. Please deal with him as others can't regenerate properly now. MP 0/2630. Shadow soldiers can no longer regenerate due to lack of mana that occurred thanks by the massive ice bear swiping its hand, destroying 90% of the army. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and beast bowed to Izuku and rushed at the bear. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 went to the top, slashing whilst beast went under the bear. The damage it took was massive, with beast causing the bear to fly up a little and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 slashing the body of the bear. The strongest soldier in Izuku's army got atop of the bear once again and used his sword to puncture the bear down and slid down with his sword, cutting the body nearly open. The bear didn't give up. It started thrashing, nearly knocking Beast away, but thanks to its multiple quirks and better regeneration factor than other soldiers, it persevered. He blocked a swipe, allowing 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to cut its rear leg tendons. "Wow," Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 said in unison. With that, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 swiped his sword and cut its head off. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 then took the head and brought it to his liege whilst kneeling down. I would have stood no chance even with Rumi if 𝗧𝗪𝗧 used his sword properly back then. We should be at equal footing with Beast, just slightly behind us now though. 3. You leveled up. You have done well, 𝗧𝗪𝗧, but you don't need to bow down to me. You too, Beast. The two of you make a scarily effective duo," he said whilst patting both on the shoulders. "So Beast is the 𝗎𝗍𝗵𝗄, right?" "Yes, he is apparently a high-end 𝗵𝗄. What makes him scary when he was alive was the unnaturally strong regeneration factor, so added with the strength, speed and shock absorption quirks, then yes, he is powerful. But now arise. You have successfully extracted the Shadow X19 Ice Bear's LV1 Elite. You have upgraded the Shadow level will be 16 Alpha Ice Bear LV16 Elite. Good. He was seeing the 19 more Ice Bears and the Alpha Ice Bear, who with his upgraded form was the tallest out of all of the shadows. "Can I name him, please?" Using the puppy eyes. "Fine," Izuku muttered. "Even if I wanted to name him Tank Fluffy," she heard Izuku face palm. "4. Okay, big guy, your name will be Fluffy," he said with a smile. Then he and 𝗵𝗃 patted all of the bears, then she was glamping the surprisingly warm fur of Fluffy. For some reason Izuku could feel jealousy rolling of other soldiers. Aizawa entered the dorms of 1A, then Ida came up to Aizawa. "Sensei, where did Izuku and 𝗵𝗃 leave?" Izuku had some business to deal with and we asked him to bring one other student with him, so he chose 𝗵𝗃 as she was there with him. Katsumi froze at that. Did the nerd take her to a gate? They did become close recently. I barely even spend time with him anymore. I need to change that. Shoko was curious. Izuku did mention he had business to attend to. But they did leave 4 hours ago. I thought they would be back by now. This statement alone sent warning flares in Katsumi's head. 3. Izuku did say he had 1 C rank key, and he wanted to test out his soldiers. But a C rank should have taken him 30 minutes at best. Then she went up to Aizawa. "Can we talk?" Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, he nodded and went outside with her. Izuku shouldn't be taking this long in a gate. She said that after checking if Jiro wasn't listening in. "You know too?" he asked, sighing. "I knew for a while. I'm guessing you and Nizu, only Miruko, myself and now 𝗵𝗃 know about his gate ability." "But what do you mean taking too long? He did say it was a C rank." "Izuku told me that there might be other gates other than ES rank ones, but he has no proper proof for that. A C rank would take him 30 minutes maximum." Remembering when Izuku said something similar, his eyes began showing some worry. "So you think he might be in a new type?" She nodded her head. "I guess he will tell us when he arrives. If he won't be out in 2 hours, I am driving there to collect the 2. Aizawa stated. "Thank you for informing me. Plus, good night, sensei." It was another 4 days in the gate, so a total of 5 hours in the outside world. Izuku continued to do his exercises and train 𝗵𝗃 for that time. They did cross across 5 more bears, but Izuku wanted to save some shadow spaces so he didn't turn them into his shadow army. 𝗵𝗃 actually defeated 2 on her own, which she was happy about. 1. But now, how about you guys undo your stealth? Due to your powerful energy, hiding is pointless. Those are... 𝗵𝗃 stammered. "What a chilling energy." Izuku muttered. "Ice elves, and with those numbers too." 𝗵𝗃 continued. "Tall elven figures with blue skin and white hair. The boss was riding on his white horse. There really was one, a strong guy among the trash." The boss said. "What? Did you call us trash? You know our language?" The boss asked, surprised. "I understand them." Izuku thought. "Can you also speak with monsters?" His partner asked, surprised. "To able to converse, how splendid. There's someone I want to introduce." An elf with straight white hair came next to the leader with a smirk. You're already acquaintances. He's the one who notified us that there's someone strong among the ones that came here. This guy wanted to face off with you but the next second that guy's head was off, cut off with Izuku's dagger. I really need to get a new dagger. Turning back to look at the elves, anything else to say? 3. Then a full-on creepy grin that Orochimaru would be jealous of came onto the boss's face. You're an amusing guy. 1. Izuku then rushed at the leader, but the leader blocked his slash with his own dagger. I have a proposal, he said whilst twirling his dagger around. It won't be detrimental to you. But first let me ask you a question. Despite not being a human, why are you among the humans? 3. What the hell are you talking about? Izuku asked. Are you not aware of it? In our heads, there's a constant voice speaking to us. To kill humans, but I cannot hear the voice in your presence. A voice telling them to kill humans. It sounds similar to the system's orders. Then Izuku widened his eyes. Then this system and the gates are not my quirk. It is acting like a quirk, but the gates are their own world. But it could be that I am a player. There is no need for us to fight. We do not want unnecessary casualties in our end. Hand over the human behind you. Then I'll spare your life, how about it? With a glare that wasn't using any skills, Izuku asked, let me ask you a question as well. Who are you guys? Where did you come from and why are you trying to kill humans? We are. Then the Hyakki began to fuzz out as it wasn't allowed to say more. There is no need for us to fight. We do not want unnecessary casualties on our end. Hand over the human behind you, then I'll spare your life. What? Just now is he avoiding my question or, so how about it? Do you accept our proposal? A lot of evil smirks were seen on the army of ice elves when the leader asked the question. I refuse. Do you plan of fighting me and my soldiers? Do you think you withstand our numbers by yourself? There are 35 of us and 1 of you. Numbers? You are the second being that said the same thing. What numbers? Come forth. Then behind Izuku all of his 82 shadows stood up from the shadow with bears and beast roaring. Those numbers, Izuku smirked. What a cheap trick. Is it though? Attack? Then his army with Beast and Fluffy leading the attack went and attacked the other elves whilst Izuku, Cha and Igris stood guard. The leader was killing them, causing a reduction of MP on Izuku's part. From a glance, I can see he is stronger. It'll be tough even if Igris and I team up. We need Beast here. 5. My name is 𝗵𝘃𝗧. What is yours? Izuku Midoriya. With that, Izuku went with a slash down onto 𝗵𝘃𝗧, but he simply put his foot back and was about to step on the dagger, but Izuku dematerialized it and materialized it in his other hand, but it was blocked by 𝗵𝘃𝗧. Summoning his spear in his left hand, he tried to stab him, but the ice elf jumped back, but he kicked Izuku in the stomach, making him go back too. It has been a while since I had this much excitement. But then a magician thrown a fireball at the monster. I have gained some time to breath. There is no way he died from that. Stop wasting time and come out. Is this the limit of your soldiers? Izuku smirked. Igris. With his jumping from the shadow of 𝗵𝘃𝗧 and causing a deep gash to the side of 𝗵𝘃𝗧's torso. With Beast coming in and punching the side of the boss, throwing him across the field. But Izuku discovered one more ability of Beast when he screeched in a bird-sounding voice. Beast has used the skill. Taunting Cry. Dungeon boss has been taunted. 5. Another amusing guy came. A minical grin appeared on the elven face. I'll cut you down first, birdie. Then Beast used his quirks to appear next to the elf, but another taunt came from him. You are slow to even for me. But there was a problem. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 completely forgot about Izuku and Igris. Igris went from behind the dungeon boss and slashed his upper thigh, which caused the elf to remember where he was. He wasn't fast enough for a double uppercut made by Beast and Izuku. Effect. Contamination has activated. Effect. Bleed has activated. Nearly forgot about my gauntlet. Then using skill, Bloodlust, he made sure to at least stall him. You trash are quite persistent, aren't you? The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. You are in no position to say a thing. Izuku's eyes glowed blue as he was giving a side-eye look at him. How about you look around? Is this what your soldiers can do? You bstrd. Those soldiers will all vanish when I get rid of you. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 has used the skill. piercing ice ho, you can use ice. That is very interesting. But Izuku broke it with his spear. Heian was left behind watching. Even Izuku is struggling. Was this an S-rank dungeon? He did say that he isn't confident to actually do an S-rank dungeon. This must be an A rank. Now I understand why he wanted me to do a C rank so I can get some experience. Throwing his spear at 𝗵𝘃𝗲, the opponent laughed and said, throwing away your weapon. You, skill, Dominator's touch 𝗵𝘃𝗁. With that skill, it went towards the boss. It is accelerating. He tried to block but his dagger broke. He once again forgot about his opponent's army that paid him. Beast Bear hugged him and allowed one of the scorpions to puncture him with venom, and finally the mages put a explosive spell blowing 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and Beast up. You beasted. Izuku and Cha eyes widen. How isn't he dead yet? I'll kill you all. He was about to use one of his most powerful ice spells, but Izuku with skill, stealth and skill, vital strike stabbed 𝗵𝘃𝗃. Looks like this is the end. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 grabbed Izuku's arm and shouted, who do you think you're facing? But 𝗧𝗪𝗧 came in and cut his head off, killing him. I already told you, this is the end. The dungeon boss is killed. You leveled up. Wow, this sure was tiring. It is finally over. Then he looked over at Beast, who was punching the remains of the boss. Hey Beast, calm down. I know you are annoyed with him saying you are slow, but stop it already. But internally, at least you are showing emotions, which is good. Take it easy. Then he turned away. I worry about the future, he said to Heian, who giggled. Beast and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 looked at each other and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 sighed and left following his liege. But then Beast shouted you, with the knight's other weaker soldiers celebrating. Let's get back, but first I need to do something. He walked up to 𝗵𝘃𝗃's body. Arise. You failed to extract the shadow. You have 2 chances remaining. Arise. You failed to extract the shadow. You have 1 chance remaining. We may have gotten started with the wrong foot, 𝗵𝘃𝗃, but please, instead of listening to the voice in your head, follow my command and show everyone your power. Arise. Izuku stated. Shadows came from 𝗵𝘃𝗃's body, and we see him wearing all black with blue skin showing and black hair with white highlights was coming out. 7. You have upgraded the shadow level will be 18 shadows higher than rank knight can be named. I will keep your name 𝗵𝘃𝗃. With a bow of his head, Izuku walked up to the corpses of the elves. He wasn't surprised that 𝗵𝘃𝗃 was higher than 𝗧𝗪𝗧, as it did take 3 high A low S ranks to get the boss down. But he was happy anyways. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. I can only save 10 of you, so arise. 10 ice elves 𝗵𝘃𝗃, 1 elite, you ready? Heian. Nodding, yeah, I miss my bed. Chuckling, me too. Outside of the gate, Izuku looked at his phone. Aizawa-sensei is here apparently, then gulped. She gulped too. I don't think he will be happy with us. Then they heard a shout. Finally, you 2 are out. Was that a red gate? As I saw the gate open red. Yeah, we had to spend 5 days, nearly 6 days there. Izuku said sheepishly. Let's go, I have a car in the car park. The duo nodded and went into the car. After explaining, so you practically went to a new world where you had to fight ice bears and ice elves. They nodded, and the boss was stronger than Izuku. They nodded, it took the power of yourself and the Nomu and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to take him down. They nodded. And now Izuku has that 𝗵𝘃𝗃 as a soldier. They nodded. Problem children. The duo chuckled. Just saying, your classmates were worried about you too. I will speak to them tomorrow. I am missing my bed. Me too. Okay, just telling you, Nizu wants you in his office at 11 a.m. with Heian. Do you know the reason, sir? Heian asked. Not really, I am going there too though. It took less than an hour to get back to UA with Heian soundly sleeping. Izuku sighed and picked her up and plopped her onto his back. I will put her in her bed, sensei. See you tomorrow. Night, brats. With that, Aizawa left for his own dorm. Izuku went to the top floor. Seeing no one, he plopped Heian in her bed and then left. Outside he saw Katsumi. How was it? Blinking, let's get to your room first. Nodding. Let's go this area, no one would be able to hear us. Katsumi blinked but went to the chimney seating area. What is special about this place? she asked whilst plopping down next to Izuku. I have a silencing barrier so no one like Kyoka or Mezu could even hear us. How was the gate? She asked. It turned from a C rank to a red gate which was a high A rank. We barely survived the boss. Her eyes widened at that. What do you mean? Don't you have Igris and the Nomu in your army? Even with those two, we barely won. Our opponent underestimated us at the end, which was his downfall. But I do have him under my command. Anything special about him? He has control over ice. Also, I gave him his original dagger, so his control over ice is better. I also got ice bears. Shaking her head, show me them tomorrow, okay? She yawned and laid her head on Izuku's shoulder. She muttered, I worry about you, so don't die. Izuku smiled and fell asleep too as he was too tired. Item, 𝗵𝘃𝗲's dagger item class. A type, dagger, a dagger wielded by the great warrior, 𝗵𝘃𝗲. The lightweight magic enchantment will make the wielder more agile. Attack plus 110, agility plus 10 given to 𝗵𝘃𝗲's shadow form. Izuku woke up at 8 a.m. with Katsumi on his stomach sleeping. Both of them were on a couch near the fireplace. He knew Heian is still sleeping and the rest of the class already expected for there to be no breakfast as Izuku came in late. During this time he was looking in a way to increase his soldier strength. And how do the levels work? Shadow Army, you have only unlocked 3 ranks: normal, elite, knight normal. Their strength is C rank. Their level cap is LV10, then you need to upgrade them manually. Elite, their strength is B rank. Their level cap is LV20, then you need to upgrade them manually. Knight, their strength is A rank. Their level cap is LV30, then you need to upgrade them manually. 3. The higher the level on the scale, the higher the strength is. If regeneration aspect is included, then they can defeat higher level opponents. To increase a level, the best way is for them to fight stronger opponents. Real battles increase the rate by 50%, spars increase the rate by 25%. Higher the intelligence accelerates the growth of soldiers. I guess the girls would love some practice, Izuku mused. Katsumi was waking up and the first thing she saw was her crush's face as she opened her eyes. She thought it was a dream, the both of them sleeping together. Then she heard, morning sleepyhead, how was your night? I want to sleep. He blushed a little at that. Come on, I will make you breakfast. Something spicy, right? He said while sitting up. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃, she said as she was trying to get the sleep out of her system. He put her down on the couch and started stretching. I was planning on asking if I could use a training area today. How come? She asked curiously. You remember my soldiers, I want to level them up. I can ask you, Shoko and Heian, to spar with my normal and elite level shadows, as I can let the knight level shadows fight each other. I also need to see 𝗵𝘃𝗲's ice powers. Oi, I want to fight the knight level too. Izuku gave a deadpan expression. No offense to you, Kaken, but even beast my lowest knight can humiliate you. Teach, what would you recommend I spar with then? Knights, ice elves and mages. Knights are close combat. The elves are mid to close with an occasional long distance. Mages are long distance. They are C and B ranked opponent. I want the knights to become B ranked after they fought the 3 of you. When will that happen? After the meeting I have with Nizu, I have to bring Heian along for some reason. Noon, Izuku and Heian went to the principal's office where Nizu, Aizawa, an elderly man with a black suit and a younger one with orange hair was waiting that neither of them recognized. Good morning, Izuku. After the both of them said their mornings, Nizu continued with his introductions. This here is 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 𝗵𝗃 𝗃𝗏 from the Korean Hero Association. This surprised the teacher and student duo. Izuku could feel that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was a high S rank whilst 𝗵𝗃 was an A rank. They all went and sat at the sofas, with the students and teacher on one, Nizu on a separate chair and the other 2 opposite of Izuku and Heian. 𝗃 started, Good morning, you two. You must be wondering why 2 people from the Korean Hero Association are wanting to meet you too. They gave a nod. The heroes in Jeju Island took some photos and asking around, Nizu said that you may have an idea of this. A couple of photos of a gate and an ant monster that was going in and out. This made Izuku freeze. I thought I can only open gates. The Koreans just blinked. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 asked, Can you explain please? My quirk allows me to open those gates you see and kill the monsters similar to those shown. These types are insect types. 𝗏𝗃𝗁 asked, can you explain those gates further? Nodding, the gates I enter are opened with a key, with him producing a key then putting it back into his inventory, but all gates have the same rule, kill the boss and it will close. There are gates ranked from E to S and other gates such as red gates and double dungeons. The two from Korea listened in closely. This gate that you are showing is one of the ranked ones. Let's take an A rank gate for example. The monsters will be a low A rank whilst the boss will be a high A rank. It takes 9 A rank heroes and 1 S rank to take an A rank down or a lot more A ranked heroes if an S ranker isn't there. You can leave whenever you want but worry about the monsters breaking out. He could hear gulping from the duo. Then the red gates. I recently completed a red gate with my friend 𝗵𝗃𝗏. The minimum rank of a red gate is AB rank but you are teleported to a new world where you one day there is 1 hour in the real world where you can't exit. The gate opens if you kill the boss, all of the party members die, or the monsters break out naturally. Lastly, the double dungeon, there are 2 bosses that you have to defeat. The first boss will be the same rank as the gate but the second usually is a rank higher or more. See, can you show us some monsters if you have any? 𝗔𝗂𝗁 asked with some uncertainty. I do but firstly there are other things to be told. They nodded. In those gates there are crystals, mana crystals to be more precise. He produced some mana crystals. They can be mined in those dungeons and be produced as weapons, armor or other things. Lastly, if the gate would be an S rank it would be the best to reach out to other countries to ask if they could help. With a gate. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked then, wow, we thought we will be here for some talking but now this may be a serious problem if there would be multiple gates. I agree with that. 𝗍𝗂, can I take them a training field? 𝗍𝗂 understood the message and took them to the closest unoccupied field. We are in training field beta. This may scare you a bit so be warned, come forth. With those 2 simple words an army of over 90 came out all kneeling or bowing to Izuku. Those all were monsters from gates. I recently unlocked this ability so I don't have more. The weakest ones are C rank but I have 3 that are high A rank but bordering S rank level. You could hear the all men gulp, even only 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏's smile would make any lesser man soil themselves. Although seeing Fluffy, a shadow that can reach to the top of the buildings and the Deathstalker scorpions who are enormous but smaller than Fluffy can do the same. Wow, that's a lot. 𝗔𝗂𝗁 stated. I see that is 𝗵𝗃𝗏, you had trouble with him right? Izuku asked, causing 𝗍𝗏's eyes to widen. It took me, 𝗎𝗏 and Beast to defeat him. It was from a high A rank red gate. And to think that Beast could defeat All Might. This was scary news for Korea. Beast, or otherwise known as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was made by the League of Villains and was already dead. It had multiple quirks such as super strength, super speed, shock absorption and super regeneration. Izuku mentioned. The regeneration of Beast is the quickest out of the army, isn't it? 𝗵𝗃𝗏 asked. It is. It doesn't take as much energy if Beast was to have an arm taken off than 𝗎𝗏 or 𝗵𝗃𝗏 for example. Explained Izuku. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked. If the gate would to appear again, how would we know when it would open? Izuku took a second then explained. From what I found out in the gates, it would take 7 days for the monsters to escape but you can enter any time. The 2 bowed and asked Izuku, if the gate would to reappear would you help us? Sure, send a message to 𝗍𝗂 and I would happy help. Izuku smiled. Thank you. We will be in contact. With that the 2 left with Izuku. 𝗍𝗂, can I use this training ground for them to train? Izuku asked. Sure thing, I actually want to watch how the shadows fight. I will text Katsumi, she wanted to fight them too. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 want to fight them? Izuku asked. Sure, but I don't think I can beat Fluffy and upwards. Nodding, let's wait for Katsumi, she is also taking Shoko too. After 2 minutes of talking with 𝗍𝗂 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏, the 2 appeared. We can fight them right? Katsumi asked them in excitement. Shoko nodded to that too. So how do you want to fight them? Shoko then gave an idea. I want to fight long-distant opponents. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, I want close quarters, can I take the knights? Katsumi then said, I will take the elves. 𝗵𝗃 then jumped in. You know different opponents will help too, so you won't be one-minded. Have the bears be split up between the three of you to have something else than one kind of target. Izuku nodded. Everyone who will be fighting my friends, no killing or maiming blows, otherwise injure them to your heart's content. The three just looked at Izuku. I can increase my healing and I can heal up some cuts, so don't worry. Magicians and 8 ice bears, please spar with Shoko. Beast, can you referee that match? With nods they went to the left side of the field. Knights and 4 ice bears, please can you spar with Heian? Igris, can you please referee that match? With a bow and nods they left to the right. Ice elves and 7 ice bears, please spar with Kaken. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, can you referee please? With nods, they begin to leave, but Izuku said something to 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 that made the highest level soldier happy. After the 3 girls are done, you will be fighting too. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 went on top of Izuku's shoulder and they climbed atop of Fluffy's head and sat down. The scorpions stayed out and relaxed in the sun. Then Aizawa jumped onto the bear's head too and sat there too. So what is going on? Heian, Shoko and Katsumi are fighting against some of Izuku's shadows. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 replied. Who is refereeing? Igris, Beast and 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. They are my only knights and hopefully this big guy can become a knight later on today as he only has 3 levels up to knight level. Fluffy was happy about the praise he was getting from his liege. They were looking how the 3 girls were fighting for an hour each. Izuku had to drink 3 1000 MP potions as the girls could do damage. But the spars were really productive as all of the soldiers' levels increased. When they came back they were all sweaty and had signs of quirk overuse. Izuku kneeled down next to them and healed the 3 up from cuts, bruises, burn marks and exhaustion. Skill, healer has leveled up from LV2 to LV3, can heal small wounds and intermediate injuries. As the skill's level increases more, healing major wounds to making an organ grow back is possible. The current speed is medium, 28 mana per second. He turned to his shadow army and was happy to see them. Well done guys. He then accepted the knight promotion to elite. 33 knight LV, 9 normal, LV, 2 elite 10 ice elves LV, 1, for elite 20 ice bears LV, 2, 6 elite 6 magicians LV, 8, 12 elite. Okay, I want the ice bears with the magicians to face off against the scorpions. I still need to see more as the last time you scorpions fought I was concentrating on 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. They all nodded and went to spar. Now we have the 4 of you guys. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, you are the strongest with Igris just coming in second. I want 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 to fight against Igris, Beast and Fluffy. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, if you can you show more of your ice abilities in the fight? They bowed and 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 was happy to face against the 3 strongest in the army, with the praise of his liege in addition. Are you sure this is a great idea? With 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 I mean. Heian asked. Spars are 25% more effective than natural upgrading, but it is still 50% more effective to level up in real battles. I want Fluffy to become a knight and the other 3 to be at their strongest. You heard gun-he, so we must be prepared. So girls want to face off against me. With a collecting no. Izuku pouted and continued looking at the battles. With the girls seeing the expression as cute. Won the battle with the scorpions was at a standstill whilst 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 was owning his 3 opponents. Igris wanted to level up the most due to him wanting to be the right-hand man of his liege, not 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. The elf king was using his ice powers to a phenomenal level. The elves were cheering for 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 whilst the knights were supporting Fluffy, Beast and Igris. Eventually All Might came to see what was happening and was shocked to see Izuku's army fighting. Do I even want to know? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 and Aizawa shook their heads. One Izuku was chatting with the girls whilst watching the battles and analyzing his attack pattern in the future. Eventually Izuku called everyone in and congratulated the shadows. He upgraded Fluffy to knight level and told them to get into his shadow. 20 ice bears LV, 6, LV, 8 elite 6 magicians LV, 12, LV, 14 elite 20 deathstalker scorpions LV, 10, LV, 14 elite Fluffy LV, 17 elite, LV, 1 knight, alpha ice bear beast LV, 10, LV, 13 knight, upper tier Nomo Igris LV, 14, LV, 17 knight, knight 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 LV, 18, LV, 19 knight, elf king, I think they leveled up nicely. Izuku said, knowing that 𝗧𝗪 and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 were producing their aura to intimidate each other. Everyone else was affected, with some nearly falling to their knees. Anyone hungry? This made the others get out of their haze. The teachers politely said no and dismissed themselves whilst the girls nodded. Plus they were asked where they went, with Izuku saying that he had a meeting with Nizu and trained a bit. The four went to the top floor, as each of them lived there, but went to Izuku's room. Izuku then got some takeaway and happily ate it with his friends.